All righty. Welcome in, everybody, to the Fantasy Football Podcast live show for the NFL Draft. John, what is up, my dude? So happy to see you this evening.
Oh, man, I am stoked. We have been deprived of actual real sports news content, anything for months. And after all the speculating and everything and the mocks and all of it and the combine and everything, we finally get to the draft, rookies, landing spots, actual things to talk about. I'm thrilled about it.
Oh man, I'm so excited. Did today not feel like Christmas morning? Like
Oh,
all
it so
day?
did.
Oh,
It so
I'm
did.
so excited. But man, we're going to break down every pick tonight on the show, discussing what it means for fantasy, obviously NFL, and even the defensive picks too. Like kind of talk about what changes there from that perspective. So I'm really excited to sit down and kind of see where these guys go. Man, I can't wait. I honestly cannot wait. John is rocking the Seahawks jersey. Are we? Is this Russell Wilson? I assume.
It's let Russ cook.
There we go.
Let Russ cook.
Love it. As you say that, they show him on the TV there, as well as the Seahawks hat. I decided to go no jersey because I'm a little superstitious. I only wear.
I'm
the
not
jersey
superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
I'm a little stitious. I only wear it on game days, so I am wearing the Eagles hat in honor of my team here. But man, let's talk about maybe some of the early storylines that kind of the buzz has been going on around today. I saw some rumors that the Dolphins are still trying to trade up to get a tackle. Are you still hearing that as well?
Yeah, I'm still seeing that everywhere. And yesterday I just totally dismissed it. I'm like, there's no way they're trading up for a tackle. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But here we are, and that still seems to be the word of the day. But I mean, I just saw from Rap Sheet that they're discussing a trade that would swap the 3rd and the 5, which means that they're punting on quarterback if they're trading up for a tackle. I don't understand that one bit, because the whole premise was to try to get both so that they can get an elite offensive tackle and an elite, quarterback prospect as well. If they're swapping those two picks and they're going to try and wait until later in the first, because they do have 3 first-round picks, to get a quarterback, I mean, I don't know why you give up on the opportunity for Tua. I don't understand that.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, man. We'll see what happens here. I won't believe it until I see it, and then I'll be done.
I know, same. Yeah,
if that happens.
It still has to be. Like, in my mind, it still has to be they're trying to trade up for Tua. Like,
you would think, yeah.
It has to be.
It would be silly to consider the fact that they just let Laramie Tunsil go via trade to get a first-round pick back for him. So, yeah, I'm intrigued to see what the Dolphins do at quarterback, no doubt about it. Tons of other skill position players as well. There's still some rumblings that the Eagles might try to come up and get CeeDee Lamb, and
I hope that happens so bad for you.
I might just have to end the night there.
You'll need to take 5 minutes. Go excuse yourself. I'll hold it down for a few.
Yeah, I'm going to be crying if that happens. But before we get into even more of the analysis, I just want to let everyone know that's joining the live stream. This broadcast is brought to you by our friends over at Fantasy Go. Of course, you can see the logo there on the screen. FantasyGo.com was one of our partners last year during the season. John, you're going to learn more about them as the season goes. Perfect place to play fantasy and to look for an analyst that you trust. So what they do is they are basically the Uber of fantasy football. You can look around and you can look for your analyst that you love the most. It's a way to connect with them. There's a private chat feature. You can send them screenshots of your lineup, et cetera, et cetera. So super excited to partner with David, the owner of Fantasy Go. He's a great guy and supporting this live stream. This is all thanks to him for sponsoring the show. So check them out, FantasyGo.com. John, what are you reacting to there on the screen?
They're showing a big box of all 32 at-home war rooms all in one giant grid. And I was just like, that is a lot. That's a lot of boxes. It's more than the 8 wide.
Did you see? Yes. Did you see the pictures all going around today of the different war rooms?
I saw some of them. Yeah, I didn't catch all of them, but I did see some. San Francisco looks pretty clean. He's got a nice setup.
They looked set up. Goodell did not look very well set up. We were chatting with a couple of friends today about it.
Yeah. We were talking today, and he made like north of $40 million last year, and his basement looks like my apartment. I don't understand. What are you doing? Like, you have the money to create the dream man cave, football studio, whatever you want to do, and that's your basement. But whatever, Goodell. You do you, boo-boo. Anyways, we have a couple questions, or at least one that's popped up in the chat there.
Yeah, let's get to it.
That's an interesting one. Yeah.
All right, we have a question coming in from @NewEnglandFan34 on Twitter. One of our Patreon supporters. Shout out, man. What's going on? Who do you think is the most likely to trade into the top 10, and who do you think they go get? So we're talking about a team, John, here that is not already in the top 10 who might come up and get one. I'll go ahead and kick off the name that comes to mind for me, and that's CJ Henderson, the cornerback out of Florida. There's been a lot of rumblings that the Falcons are really interested in coming up to get him. I've seen a couple mocks where he is taken at like 8, 9, 10. So you're looking at the Browns. You're looking at the Jaguars potentially trading out. So we'll see. That's kind of who I'm keeping my eye on tonight. How about you?
There's a few. I'm still not ruling out the thought that New England might be trying to make a play to come up for one of the quarterbacks. I think that that's potential as well. Or they're going to decide that they're fine sitting tight and taking Jalen Hurts. But I would keep an eye on that. There's been rumblings that the Jaguars are interested in moving up into the top 10. If the Jaguars are coming up, I'm not really sure because they're kind of in a full rebuild. So I don't know why you'd be trading up at this point. Like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless they're trying to get up to one of the quarterbacks as well. So that's interesting. I'm not really sure why they would be trading up because they need everything. So I don't know if they're going quarterback or if they're going to come up and try to get one of the elite offensive linemen like Becton or something like that would be a good fit.
Yeah, it's actually super interesting. I forget what show I was listening to. It might have been the Stick to Football podcast a couple of days ago. Those guys over at Bleacher Report do a great job. And they were basically saying that the analytics of what happens in the NFL draft, it's so advantageous to actually trade back versus trying to trade up because you have to mortgage so much. This is not like a dynasty trade where you can offer like the 108 and like a 205 and you can go get like 103. Like it doesn't work that way in the NFL. You have to like mortgage your entire future to go up and get someone. So it's just, it makes sense to trade back. And I was also kind of considering the fact that it almost seemed like every team in the top 8, 9, 10 have put out publicly that they're willing to trade back, which I think is really interesting. I also think it kind of makes the market for those picks not quite as beneficial, right? Like if everyone's like, oh, I'll trade back. Oh, I'll trade back. Like there's no leverage for these teams. So I'm intrigued to see who actually moves, who stays put there. I know there was also a little bit of rumblings too about potentially the Redskins at 2 moving out of the pick. So I would be really intrigued to see what happens there because if they do that, in theory, they could be giving away the best player in the draft, presumably, in Chase Young. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think that they're very enamored with that pick and the options that are available to them. I think that it would take, like we were talking about, you'd have to mortgage a lot to get up to 2. It would take a ton. Miami's the only one that I think has the firepower to do it. But even then, I don't know that gets done. So, yeah, I agree with you that there's so many teams that are willing to move back because it's such a deep class at so many positions that I think a lot of these teams are like, yeah, if anyone's desperate to come up for somebody, go ahead. We're fine with moving down half a round and getting, a couple extra picks on top of that as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Kai, one of our writers here, is in the chat, asked the question. Kai, what's up, dude? He wants to know, are there any running backs being drafted tonight or are the teams too gun shy? Maybe wait until tomorrow night instead.
I don't think that they're necessarily gun shy. We all know how I feel about Jonathan Taylor, so I'm hoping. But I honestly, we know. I feel like the most likely scenario is that we don't see any running backs go tonight. And then we see like 4 or 5 go, like a real running back run in the second round tomorrow night. So I think that's probably the most likely. but there are some teams that are running back needy that are near the end of the first round that might potentially consider taking an elite talent. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I love that you referenced your team there, obviously with the Seahawks. Good friend of mine that I've interacted with a lot over the last couple of years on Twitter, Nick Ercolano of BDGE, Big Dogs Gotta Eat. Hilarious pre-draft promo that those guys are doing for their show tonight. And the shot of what was supposed to be Pete Carroll was just them on Sleeper adding every running back to the queue, which I thought was a hilarious joke. And yeah, I think if there's a team that's going to do it, I think it's going to be them. Yeah. The only question is like, do they learn their lesson from the Rashad Penny experiment and maybe not go that route? I'm not saying that Jonathan Taylor or whoever they prefer is not a better prospect, but do they learn their lesson and say, yeah, maybe we just hang tight and draft for another need? So that is super intriguing. I also think that it's unlikely we see a running back go tonight unless it's the Seahawks. It's just not an advantage to do that, especially when you can get those guys in the second round. And there's a lot of very, very good running backs in this class that we've talked about in like rookie drafts that we're excited about in round 3, sometimes even falling to round 4. So in the real NFL draft, I mean, you're going to get those guys round 3, round 4, round 5. I doubt we see running back in round 1 tonight.
An interesting thing that I'm keeping my eye on. Oh, Kai, you stop it. Stop that with that comment so hard. That's mean of you. That's not cool. That's not cool, man. That's not welcome.
Hey, just messing.
Yeah, I know. A scenario for the Seahawks that I think is something to potentially watch would be the Colts moving up because they've got an early second. I'm forgetting exactly what pick it is, but moving up to 27 to take a shot on a quarterback, because he can get the 5th-year option by drafting in the first round instead of in the second. So, and we know how much John Schneider loves to trade out. He trades out all the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Colts or another team that can give Seattle an extra second and then maybe add like a 4th or something like that to move up to 27th overall and take a chance on a quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's intriguing as well. It's a good call. That 5th-year option is just, it's almost like a cheat code in today's NFL with the way the contracts are structured with that 5th-year option. It just lets you steal another year of not paying as much as you should have to, essentially. So yeah, we'll see what happens there with that pick. I would be really, really intrigued to see if they go up and get their guy. I was also kind of considering today too, listening to a couple other broadcasts, like with what's going on with the coronavirus. I mean, there's teams right now that like, you just don't know what's going to happen this summer. Like, let alone the fact this event is happening is a miracle in and of itself. Like, is there going to be training camp? Is it going to be shortened? Is the season going to get delayed? Is there going to be a season? And you look at these teams that have these veteran quarterbacks. Tampa's going all in for Tom Brady. Phillip Rivers signs with the Colts, etc. Like, what happens if they like don't take a rookie now and then like they wait another year? Those guys are all 1 year older. If there's no football, like it's mind blowing. It's absolutely fascinating.
If the season ends up getting canceled, are guys like Rivers just going to be like, you know what, I'm done. Like I'm not going to wait another calendar year of the training to get back on the field for maybe one season. I'm out. Like we could see that happening too. So yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting point.
Yeah, absolutely. We have another question here on Periscope. Hey guys, I'm Australian in Australia. Hello, how are you? Thanks for checking us out. And they're waiting to know, who is Green Bay going to pick up? What's the best guess here, John?
First off, what time is it there? That I throw that in the chat. Kudos to you for your dedication.
It's probably very, very early in the morning.
Very, very early morning would be my guess, or late night, like 2 a.m. I have no idea.
Someone educate us. Help us.
Yes, please teach me something. Well, that's a lot of orange on my screen. Whoa, that's a lot of Bengals. With Green Bay, to me, it's got to be wide receiver. It's such a good class. There's so many guys that would go opposite of, Kai, thanks. Steal my thunder, dude. That's exactly what I was going to say. That would go opposite of Devontae Adams. Brandon Ayuk has been mocked to them a lot. I think they really enjoy him. Jalen Reagor would be a really interesting fit that I wrote about earlier this week. Wow, 10:14 a.m. Wow. Okay, good for you.
Good morning.
So, good morning. Get your coffee. Get ready. So yeah, I think they're going to go wide receiver. Ayuk, Jalen Reagor, maybe a Denzel Mims, maybe, but I think it's going to be wide receiver there with their late first round pick. That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, what 90% of the mocks have them taking a wide receiver. It's just a matter of who is it, who is their guy. And the most recent mock that came out today,
Jeremiah's great.
Yeah, had Jeremiah's going, them going with what's his name, Ayuk, like you were saying, out of Arizona State. So I think it's either him or I think it's Reagor. There's been a lot of buzz in the last, 36 hours that Jalen Reagor is being taken in the first round. I would not be shocked if it's to Green Bay. I hope to God it's to Green Bay. That's a perfect fit. You put it in the article on the website, and I may or may not have some money on the under 32.5 draft selection. So yes, let's go Jalen, go in round 1 tonight. I'm hoping for that as well. But yes, I think that they have to address that wide receiver 2 position because like we said on the most recent show, literally they have like 4 wide receiver 5 caliber players. They don't have a wide receiver 2. And until they have that Jordy Nelson, Randall Cobb connection with those 2, or Jordy when it was Devontae, they don't have that second guy. And we've seen, in the past couple of years, especially Aaron Rodgers, is just like not trusted whoever it is as the 2. So I think they have to get someone with a lot of upside and someone that's willing to come in and learn and work to earn Rodgers' trust. That's kind of how I'm seeing things play out.
And the Bengals are now on the clock. This is
I should have put a sound up in here.
You should have. How dare you? But yeah, so the Bengals are now on the clock. 9.5 minutes to go. Oh, there's Joe sitting at home, anxious.
Just the 3 of them. Wow, I'm surprised.
I think that's all that they're allowed. I don't think they're allowed.
They're allowed 10.
Yeah, but I thought that it had to be people that you. I didn't look at the rules specifically, but I thought it had to be people that you lived with or like basically not bringing outside people in to the home was my general impression.
Gotcha. Yeah. When Ben and I recorded the props betting show a couple episodes ago, Ben is hilarious, man. And also it's Ben Heisler's birthday today. So shout out to Ben, a good friend of the show. He was saying that one of the props you could bet on was who is the first pick gonna hug first. And he said I'm going mom. It was like mom, girl, friend, something like that. And mom was like plus 120. So you could lay 10 and win 12 or lay 100 and win 120, so to speak. So I think he went in on that. So we'll see what happens here with Joe Burrow, the presumed number 1 pick. We also have a follow-up question here in regards to a quarterback in Green Bay. Any chance of a quarterback if the guys they want are gone off the board? I assume he's referencing if the wide receivers are gone off the board. John, what are your thoughts on that?
Not in the first. I don't think that they think Rodgers is that close to the end. I don't think they're gonna, although it would be beautiful irony if they pulled a Brett Favre on Rodgers, it'd be fantastic. But I just don't see it happening. I think they need depth there. They might grab a day 3 quarterback to put behind him, but it's not going to be a high investment pick on a quarterback, not to my knowledge.
Yeah, and I think it was Okada on our last show pointed out the fact that this is kind of the age that
age
Favre was at, around the same pick. But I think it's a different scenario because when Rodgers was taken, he wasn't supposed to fall as far as he did, which I think was like pick 22, 23, 24, something like that.
24, I think it was.
Yeah, he fell further than everyone thought he was going to. So that was not expected. So I don't know that happens. What are you laughing at over there?
The Cardinals just tweeted out a picture of Cliff Kingsbury, and it's just the most Cliff Kingsbury Playboy thing. I don't know if you can pick it up. Yep, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so Cliff. I mean, he's got the loafers with no socks. Look at that.
He's straight chilling, man.
I mean, he's
straight chilling.
That is very on brand for Cliff.
I love it.
I like that a lot. That's funny.
I love it. We also have a follow-up question here from Kai one more time. He wants to know, as we wait for Burrow to be picked, where are we going to take him in Superflex Dynasty startup? So if we're presuming Joe Burrow is a Bengal, to maybe a Charger, maybe a Dolphin, flip-flop him with Justin Herbert. If we know that those are kind of the landing spots, presumably, where are you taking Joe Burrow in Superflex?
Jonathan Taylor is the 1.01 of my heart and the 1.01 in my drafts. But yeah, I'd put Burrow as my 1.02. Is where I'm going to have him. I think that he's a very talented quarterback. I do have my concerns about him being in Cincinnati with kind of a subpar offensive line and really, really good pass rush in the AFC North. So we'll see. If he comes out and he just lights it up right away in that division, more power to you. Like, good job. Fantastic. Bengals, you crushed it. You got your guy. Love it. But yeah, Jonathan Taylor to me, and this is all like pre-landing spots. If Jonathan Taylor goes to a terrible landing spot, I'm going to cry on this show.
Like
and
where?
Then I'd probably,
what off the top of your head, what do you think would be
like
a bad
Dallas,
spot?
like going behind Zeke or like the Giants behind Saquon.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do that.
I don't.
They shouldn't. They won't.
They shouldn't.
It's
no.
super unlikely.
I mean, unless it's a situation like that, I don't really care where else he goes, and he'll be my 1.01. I can't believe they're taking this long. They've already said they're not trading the pick. Like,
and they've already come out saying that they're, well, I guess they haven't publicly said it, but everyone knows they're taking him. Yeah, it is kind of surprising they're taking this long. Maybe they're just waiting for any last minute offers, because there was a rumor that Miami potentially wanted to trade their 3rd and 5 if they could get up to 3 to then trade 3 and 5. Like, it was a whole maybe possibly kind of thing, but super unlikely. So yeah, I think it'll be, they only have 4 minutes, but I don't think it'll take too long here to get Burrow off the board. As far as where I would take him in a Superflex Dynasty startup, because, we're talking, you just mentioned rookie draft, and I agree. He's in those top 2 picks. It depends on what your team needs, what you want.
Sorry.
Dynasty startup,
I was going rookie pick there. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I mean, it is really, really intriguing because he's a guy that I think could be the cornerstone, not only of the franchise, but of your Dynasty roster. Mm-hmm. If things go well for 12 years, 15 years, and we only play for 2 years, 3 years in Dynasty here on the show. That's kind of how we view it. So even with that being said, there's going to be growing pains, I think, in year one. You talked about it, the pass rush in that division. The offensive line is still not great. So yes, I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle in year one. I would probably still be willing to take him in probably like the 4th or 5th round as a QB2 if you went QB in round 1 or round 2. I would probably be willing to go in there. Outside of that, I probably wouldn't have him in too many of my personal startup rosters.
Yeah, that's about the same. He's a fine, draft him as your second quarterback in the 4th or 5th round. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It also depends on your league, though, too. Like, is it a quarterback run league? Like, there are some Superflex Dynasty startups where the run just doesn't happen and you can wait. But I think that he's going to slot in somewhere around like quarterback 16 to 18, maybe something along those lines. So whatever kind of the run looks like in your league, gauge it accordingly. But, they're showing his Heisman speech again. Yeah. Of course. Oh, the pick is in, though.
And it's going to be Jordan Love. I'm just kidding. I would low-key.
If they get this wrong, if they get this wrong, I'm gonna laugh really hard.
They won't.
I don't think so.
John, what is your dinner for the evening on draft night? Did you grill out, or whiskey. What do you got going
on? Whiskey is my dinner of choice.
It's got carbs. You're good.
Not many, actually. It's actually empty calories.
We grilled out tonight, so that was fun for draft night.
That's awesome. I wish that I could grill. My apartment complex doesn't let me, and it literally breaks my heart because I love grilling. It's so much fun to grill, so I'm really upset that it's not a thing. Man, the hype around this.
Yeah, come on. Let's just announce it.
Let's go. Come on. I would love if it's not Joe Burrow simply because of how much production they've put in to Joe Burrow right here in front of the number 1 overall pick. That would be hilarious.
Well, I mean, I think they know it's going to be, and they've already let the personalities know.
Yeah, I know.
If that's the case.
Just stop.
He's got the Bengals hat in his hand on the camera.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, he does. Spoiler alert. So that's going to happen all night, huh? We're just going to see logos sitting out there before the commish has a chance.
Maybe.
That's funny. How is this going to work? I mean, he's the only one, right? Or does every single player have all 32 hats at their house right now?
I mean, I don't think they have all 32. I think that they have like 5 or 6 maybe that they have like a possibility. I don't know, man. That's a great question. Obviously with them, they knew, and here we go, officially in Joe Burrow, a Cincinnati Bengal. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's intriguing. That's interesting to consider.
Interesting.
All right, man. So there it is. First pick off the board.
He's looking pretty chill. Like he's not really reacting a whole ton.
Well, I mean, I think he probably knew all day.
Yeah.
Or maybe for the past
week. I saw that the owner of the team sent him a letter yesterday welcoming him to the Bengals.
Yeah, it's been a done deal for a little while. What are your thoughts on him as a prospect? I mean, you talked about the concerns with just like the division. Let's talk a little bit about Burrow as far as his strengths and weaknesses and how he projects for fantasy. Yeah, one of the things about Burrow that I love the most is that when he's moving around in the pocket, he always has 2 hands on the ball. So the ball security, I mean, his ability to manipulate and move out of defenders while still keeping the ball secure in 2 hands is like one of those really, really underrated things. But that ball security is really important. Like they're just showing it right there. He's running around twisting all over the place, keeping that ball tight. Ball security is really huge. You know, you give your team better chances when you're not turning it over. Daniel Jones fumbled like every other snap last year. So that's not going to be a problem with Burrow. His accuracy is fantastic. He manipulates the defense really well with his eyes too. He doesn't just cue in on one receiver. I think that he's a very pro-ready prospect. I think that he should be able to step in right away, and as long as they can protect him with the offensive line and maybe get some new weapons around him throughout this draft as well, because they do need some depth there, then, you know, at like wide receiver position, things like that. They could. He hugged the dad. He hugged the dad.
He hugged dad first.
Ben, I'm so sorry, bro. Oh, Ben, I'm so sorry, man.
So my computer monitor is like 7 seconds behind my TV, and I can't get it to catch up. So I'm right behind you, but I've got my TV behind me with the sound.
I won't react too much then. But yes, I agree. He's ready for the NFL, I think.
Yep.
And the question mark is really there aren't a lot of weaknesses to his game. He's mobile. He doesn't really get talked about that way, but he's got great pocket presence, like you mentioned, and knows when to tuck it and run. He's also got great accuracy. He put up one of the best college seasons ever for a quarterback. But the only question mark is that a 1-year thing? I don't know. Like that's the only question mark, because the thing that everyone says is, he couldn't beat out Dwayne Haskins. Well, Dwayne Haskins was a first-round quarterback. Like he still could be a good quarterback. We just haven't seen enough from him yet to know. Obviously, year 1 didn't go great in Washington, but we'll see what they do here. They're on the clock next, and apparently the pick is in. Real quick before we move on to Washington, John, we have a question here from Todd. Wants to know, does Dalton stay in Cincy now?
I think they hold on to him for 1 season to have a veteran presence there, kind of as a just in case sort of thing. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Dalton stays, but I think it's going to be his choice. Like it doesn't. If he decides that he's like, okay, well, the new kid's here and I'm going to move on, then, you know, there's a lot of places out there that might still have a need at quarterback for a veteran bridge for 1 year.
Yeah, it's tough because he's not really someone that right now there's not a lot of needs, right? There's a reason Cam Newton doesn't have a job.
Right.
There's 3 really good quarterbacks, maybe 4 if you include Jordan Love, 5 if you include Jalen Hurts, coming into the NFL this season alone as rookies. And obviously at least 2 of those guys are probably going to start for their team this year. So yeah, it's tough as a starting quarterback right now. There's not a lot of openings. I think Dalton stays for 1 more year, like you were saying, maybe help kind of mentor,
teach him up,
Joe Burrow. Yeah. And then from there, potentially finds his way onto another roster in 2021. Todd also asks, is this going to have an impact on Joe Mixon? And what is the impact?
If Mixon has to play instead of potentially out, which has been a rumor that's swirling, but I think that Joe is an upgrade at the quarterback position from what they had this last season. So the offense as a whole should be something that takes a step forward, stays on the field longer, has more opportunities to compile stats and scoring opportunities. So I think that it does help Mixon to have Burrow there. Mixon is someone that could be like an RB1, like RB8, something around there.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I mean, it was a tale of two seasons for Mixon. In the first half of the year, he dealt with the ankle injury, and then didn't really get a lot of work. The team just wasn't using him effectively. They go into their bye week. They come out of the bye week. He gets 30 touches, 30 carries, not even touches, 30 carries. Insane. And then from there, it has like, I forget the stat off the top of my head, about 5 or 6 20 carry games, and comes out and he's a top 10 running back in fantasy. So it really wasn't a fact that he wasn't affected. It was injury plus not getting work. And now you have a guy that comes in that, yeah, maybe they lean on Mixon a little bit more to kind of help get Burrow acclimated. Maybe they use him out of the backfield more as a pass catcher. And obviously we saw Clyde Edwards-Helaire with Joe Burrow catch 55 footballs last year. So I think this is good for Mixon. And if they do sign Mixon to a second contract, which there's rumors he's holding out, then those two paired up together in the backfield, I like quite a bit.
I like that a lot. So Schefter is reporting right now, unless something changes soon, Detroit Lions are expected to hold on to the number 3 overall pick and make their selection. They were saying that today that they didn't want to be worrying about making that trade while they're on the clock. So it's basically like right now before this pick is announced, or Detroit's going to stay and make their selection.
Yeah, and right now they just announced the pick is in. Chase Young is on the phone. It looks like he is the pick here at number 2. See, he's got more than 3 people in his game.
He's got more, yeah.
I was looking around today on a couple of the props just to see if there's anything else that I was interested in.
Right.
And, one of the ones was over under 9.5 people in anyone's room. Like, is anyone going to actually have 10? I did not put anything on it. I'm not that bad, but I was considering, because I was like, I feel like these guys, it sucks, right? Like, you want your boys there, you want your family there, you want your friends there. You can only have 10. I was like, someone's going to get at least 10 in the room, but we'll see.
Would think.
Is it official?
No.
It's about to be.
Raj. There it is.
That's
Chase
right.
Young. It is. I mean, so far we're 2 for 2 on script with what people thought was going to happen. Joe Burrow goes 1. Chase Young is just a freakish defensive end pass rusher, physical monster, speed. His twitch is incredible. He's a franchise cornerstone on the edge. So yeah, it's the right pick for sure. That's a really good defensive line, by the way.
It Washington. Are you seeing the pictures on the screen right now of him from high school?
Yeah.
Did you miss? Unreal. How much muscle he put on at a time in Ohio State. The dude is a monster. All he's been doing, I've been following him on Instagram and stuff. All he's been doing is working out like a freaking madman, which there's nothing else to do for these guys. And yeah, dude, I was reading a scouting report. I forget where it was from. I don't want to badmouth anyone, but basically it was saying like one of the knocks on him was slow feet off the line of scrimmage. And I was like, dude, are you even watching the tape? Like, this guy is an absolute monster. They're showing it right now on your screen. Unreal. I think the best player in the draft, outside of comparing positional groups, I think he's the single best player in the draft. Unreal. I'm a Penn State football fan, so I watched a ton of Big Ten football. Every time he's on the field, he's making plays. He's a difference maker. This is huge for Washington. I think you should be super excited if you're a Redskins fan. That this is the pick. I would be stoked to have this guy on my roster.
With Ron Rivera as the coach now. a defensive-minded coach getting Chase Young and the core of young first-round defenders that they already have in that front seven. That could work. Like that could get scary. That's gonna be interesting.
And they've spent a couple of first-round picks already on the defensive line in the past couple of seasons. So this is a defensive line, like you said, that I think is going to compete to be potentially a top 5 unit in the NFL. Now, does that mean the defense rounds into form? Maybe not. We'll see.
Well, they got a lot of other holes, but
yeah, for sure,
really good foundation for that defense.
Absolutely. I think they can definitely build from that, no doubt about it. And they have Ryan Kerrigan too, as kind of that veteran presence on the defensive line to fill in with these young guys. Yeah, if you're a Washington fan, you got to be pretty excited about that. So at pick 3, the Lions have about 2 minutes left here. The mocks have all been Jeff Okudah to the Lions. It's kind of been the chalk that you've seen around different mock drafts. I would say, dude, I don't know, man. Okudah makes sense. I also wouldn't be surprised to see them take Derek Brown here, the defensive tackle. The guy's an absolute stud inside. And last year, the Lions, man, could not stop anyone on the ground. So watch out for those 2 names here. We'll see what they do. But that is definitely going to be an exciting pick for that defense. They need to get playmakers on the defensive side of the ball, especially with losing Darius Slay, obviously, now to the Eagles.
Yeah, and this has to be defense. I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind, unless they go offensive line. Which I don't think you can rule out, but I think that, I think Okudah is probably the front runner for this pick. Just a ball hawk of a corner. I mean, that boy good. And he'd instantly come in and take over as the lockdown corner on that team. It's got to be defense. They're set across the board on the offensive side, basically, other than some line things to work on.
Yeah, definitely. Kai has one question here in regards to the Redskins before we move on to what happens here in Detroit. Outside of cornerback, are there any really holes on the defensive side of the ball for Washington?
It's pretty much corner to me. It's pretty much corner is the next thing to get addressed. They're pretty good elsewhere. Like I said, their front seven is all pretty stacked. Who do they have back there at safety right now? That I'm trying to keep in mind. Take a look at that.
Yeah, the cornerback position there in Washington has been rough for a little while. And, they brought in what they presumed to be a stud cornerback, Josh Norman. And after he landed in Washington, things took a huge plummet. They've got Landon Collins on the defensive side of the ball. At safety, they've got Sean Davis.
Yeah,
he's fine. I'm not in love with him. I think he's fine.
Pick is in, and Patricia's smiling.
Oh, here we go.
Okudah.
There it is. So chalk so far. 3 for 3, which is fun because you boy put a little bit of money on that threesome to go in that order.
Hey, there you go. Attaboy.
At plus 120. So that's fun. Yeah, Jeff Okudah, man, absolute stud cornerback for Ohio State. And first off, those 2 on the same defense, unreal. Chase Young and Jeff Okudah, so that's good.
Crazy.
But he does profile as that true number 1 lockdown cornerback that you could literally just put someone else in double coverage on the other side of the field and not really worry about it. I think he's that good. He's got a ton of speed as well to kind of make up for any potential concerns in press coverage. He can get to the offensive player quickly. He can definitely tackle as well for a cornerback. For sure.
He's kind of got like good. He's got like young Richard Sherman comp to me. Like not afraid to get up there and dust it off and get in and tackle in the run game. I like that element of his game a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Okudah is a guy that a couple of mocks, maybe just kind of looking at scenarios if they would have traded out, would have kind of fallen rather far. Like I consider this guy in this class to be a top 5 prospect, and I had seen some mocks of him kind of falling down to like 9, 10, 11, and I didn't really see that being a scenario that played out. So to me, Okudah made a ton of sense here with that defense. With just losing Darius Slay, it makes perfect sense.
Hey, fun fact, this marks the first time in NFL history that the first 3 players taken in a draft were all teammates at one point.
Oh yeah, I was like, wait, Joe Burrow? Yeah, I forgot. Play behind Dwayne Haskins, like we were saying. Yeah, that's unreal.
That's fun. So Giants are up. Pick is not in yet. They got 6:15 left.
To me, this has to be tackle. And we just did that mock draft last night with Ben Heisler, Brad Evans, Diana Rossini, all like awesome names.
Incredible
super fun cast. People from Roto World. We had the Majukes, our good friends were there, stepmom Lauren, etc. Tons of good people. And in that pick, the person that made the pick for the Giants at 4 said, "This is Tristan Wirfs. I trust my insider sources here that's who they pick. That's who they trust the most." And so I think that's who they're going to go with here. If they don't take tackle, dude, I would feel so bad for Giants fans.
I would too. I think it's got to be
top 10 draft capital 2 years in a row in your backfield in Saquon Barkley at 2, Daniel Jones at 6. To not address the line that right now Eric Flowers is their best player is a huge travesty. So I think that's who they got to take here, even with the holes on defense. You've got to take that and address that left side of the line, protect your franchise quarterback.
Yep, I totally agree with that. Yeah, they have to. I mean, if they go defense here and you're leaving a second-year quarterback kind of out to dry on a subpar offensive line, that's just not a good look.
Yeah. And you mentioned too, with like the fumbling concerns for Daniel Jones last year were very real.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to start seeing some movement. Like, I'm wondering if anyone's on the phone right now trying to get up and make a move. No trades yet.
No,
Tua's hanging out there, or Tua's just going to fall right into Miami's lap at the next pick at 5.
Yeah, I would not be shocked to see those two teams there at 5 and 6 with the Chargers and Dolphins just say, you know what, they fell to us, let's do it. Yeah, there's no real need, I think, at this point, especially for the Dolphins to go up one spot. The Giants aren't taking a quarterback, obviously, so it makes sense for them to stay put and take their guy. Yeah,
it'd have to be someone that's low down trying to get up there, like New England, Jacksonville, like something along those lines, trying to come up.
Yeah, interesting for sure. Yep, definitely. So let's presume here we get a tackle. Your thoughts there on the Giants offense, just in general here in 2020. Obviously, there's some nice pieces in Daniel Jones. We love Saquon. 3 good wide receivers. I don't know if they have a true one, but 3 very good wide receivers.
Yeah.
I'd be super interested in this offense for fantasy.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, you watch Daniel Jones had some really big moments, some really fantastic throws, has some stuff to continue to learn, but you expect him to take a step forward in his second year, give him a better offensive line. And that's good. I mean, yeah, they don't have an alpha dog wide receiver, and I don't know that they'll get one in this draft, but they've got some nice pieces there. Evan Ingram, if he can stay healthy. Yeah, it's a very intriguing offense for fantasy purposes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I was kind of in the camp of initially being really down on Daniel Jones, but then what I saw last year, being able to post a couple of top 4 finishes at the quarterback position in fantasy was intriguing. So you see the upside there and the sneaky value of rushing that he adds. If he can ensure up that ball security, I think the Giants are actually going to be in pretty decent shape to be a fantasy-friendly offense there. Obviously, Saquon Barkley as well last year dealing with the high ankle sprain. He was not himself for the second half of the year. So I think there's a lot to like there if you're a Giants fan to at least get excited for fantasy purposes about those guys on the roster.
Nate, go Hawks.
Oh, dominate in the chat. What's up, Nate? Nate, is no love for the Eagles. What's up, Nate? Come on, man. I know you're a Cowboys fan, but come on.
Oh, I'm so excited to get wide receiver picks in this round.
Yeah, the fun's going to start too, man. The first 3 I feel like are boring because we know what they're going to be. Mostly defense. Of course, we knew Joe Burrow was going to go there. Now it's going to get exciting when Miami gets on the clock. The Chargers last night in the mock with Ben Heisler, Michelle Majuk took a wide receiver for Jacksonville at pick number 9.
Yeah,
obviously we know the Raiders are kind of in the market for a wide receiver. The Jets, the Niners, like there's a lot of teams there But time's ticking, man. My Eagles got to make a move here if they want to come up and get CD.
Yeah, they do. That's got to happen. We'll see.
I'm gonna be so sad.
I know. So I wanted to happen for you so bad. I also have a rookie draft taking place right now as the draft is taking place.
You're just
started. I know. I am. I didn't pick it. I had the 1.01. I just got my first dynasty share of Jonathan Taylor. So this is a very big day for me. I'm really excited to have my first dynasty share of my boy JT23. Yes, I took a running back in a super flex dynasty rookie draft without knowing his landing spot. That's how things are going for me right now.
Why did the rookie draft start now? Why didn't they just wait till end of the day tomorrow or like Sunday morning?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not the commish. I have no idea.
You say, hey, okay, tell me where to be at what time, and I'll tell you when I'm going to take Jonathan Taylor. That's what you're doing.
Exactly. Yeah. That's pretty much how that's going.
We have a question in the chat now from sponsor of the show, David.
Yeah.
What's up, man? Shout out to Fantasy Go for sponsoring the podcast tonight, for sponsoring the show. David is a good friend of ours. He is the man. He wants to know, where does Tua land? John, you got a prediction for us?
Yeah, in about 10 minutes to Miami. I think it's got to be Miami here, unless they're scared about his health. I mean, there's a chance that they decide not to take the risk. But I was seeing reports that they were able to meet with him before all this happened, and his doctors did give him a clean bill. So I don't think that they have the concerns that some of the other teams might. I think that it's Tua coming up at pick number 5.
I think it is too. I think it makes sense. I think it's a perfect scenario for the Dolphins, for Dolphins fans. To get Tua at 5, yes, the hip injury is something that was massive and shouldn't be pushed aside, but is definitely something that helped him fall, quote unquote, fall to 5. He would have been the first pick in this draft if the hip injury wouldn't have happened. So for the Dolphins to get that caliber of player is really exciting.
There's Gettleman.
I love it, man. Honestly, our setup that you and I both have, like, I just have my monitor on the side of my computer right now.
It looks better than his, right?
Yeah, it's unreal, man. That's what I was referencing earlier too. Was in regards to if you saw the GMs and the coaches get set up in their pictures. I believe it was on the NFL's Instagram page. Every single team's looked so legit, and you're swiping through, and it's like the Niners, the Eagles, like
the
Seahawks, like the best franchises, and then you get to the Giants.
Andrew Thomas. So not Wirfs, but Thomas.
Not Wirfs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that we thought it would be Wirfs, but that's still a really good pick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thomas is a stud. He's unreal, man.
Yeah, he's a road grader. He gets people off the line like crazy.
And we talked about on the show last time that Gettleman loves his hog mollies.
He does love him some hog mollies, buddy.
Which is perfect.
Oh, it's my favorite. Oh, that's very on brand. You got Dave Gettleman taking a hog molly. That's perfect.
Kai has a question here in regards to wide receivers. He wants to know, when does the first wide receiver drop and who is it?
Let me pull up the draft order. That's something I should have had up.
I'll tell you who I think it's going to be.
Go for it.
I think it's going to be Jerry Jeudy, and I think it's going to be at pick 9 to the Jaguars. I think that he fits perfectly for a long-term building strategy because he's a franchise wide receiver that you're going to have on your roster for 10 years. He's going to produce. I know there was a little bit of concern about the knee that came out this week, but I put that out on our YouTube channel, so go check that out. I put it out on Twitter as well, basically explaining like he had a lateral meniscus injury. Yes, those can cause arthritis in the very, very long term, but if you're looking at an NFL franchise, I mean, you care about that first contract the most and then maybe building on it from there. He's going to be fine for at least 8 years, 10. I mean, this is something that probably won't plague him for at least another 15 years or so. So I don't think we'll leave him fall too much. If we do, I'll be really, really surprised. Super intriguing, though. If it's not Jeudy, the other scenario I could see, I don't know if you're going to say it. Kai said it in the chat. Is that what you're thinking about?
Oh, I didn't see it. What did you say?
Kyler Murray wants it to be Lamb at 8.
That's what I was going to say. I think if Wirfs is available, I think that the Cardinals have to take him. I don't think that you can let an offensive tackle of that caliber slide when you need one. But boy, would it be fun to get the band back together and get CeeDee Lamb with his boy Kyler Murray in Arizona. That would be crazy.
Okada would die. He would actually die.
Oh my gosh. He would literally die. Yeah, I think there's a really good chance of that happening. The Wirfs. I don't think the CeeDee Lamb is. If I had to bet money, it'd be Wirfs that goes to the Cardinals if he lasts there. If Wirfs is not available anymore, that suddenly gets really interesting, and maybe they do pull the trigger and go out and get Lamb. If neither of these two scenarios that we were talking about take place, the next obvious option is the Jets at 11 that are going to need wide receiver help. And that could be a Henry Ruggs type.
It could be. I also saw some reports from a couple of Jets beat reporters today talking about the fact that they've talked to everyone that they know that if they took a wide receiver, the team needs it, but you're setting your franchise back again because that offensive line is just an absolute train wreck. I mean, we saw it with Le'Veon Bell.
How cool is that? Look at that setup for Tua.
That is pretty cool. I hope Tua succeeds, man. He's such a good kid to root for.
Yeah,
I'll be rooting for him, no doubt, wherever he goes. But with the Jets, too, like Henry Ruggs was a guy that I think was a good fit. It made sense from what they need. But if they don't take a tackle, it doesn't matter. If they can't protect Sam Darnold, it doesn't matter who you have. They're not going to have enough time for Ruggs to get deep to be able to deliver the ball to him. So I think they have to go tackle there if you're the Jets. And if I'm a Jets fan, I'm hoping they take a tackle, if that was me personally.
Brian Flores.
Dude, Flores, such an underrated coach.
I like him a lot.
What he did last year in Miami with that roster, even after trading away all those first-round picks, acquiring those first-round picks and trading away players, really, really impressive. And let's not forget what they did in free agency too, right? Brought in Jordan Howard, brought in Byron Jones, made some other moves as well. Brought in, did they sign Kyle Van Noy as well?
Yes, I think so. I think that happened
as well. Yeah. And with those kind of aggressive moves, and now you add 3 first-round players, hopefully, unless they trade. There's reason for optimism if you're a Dolphins fan.
Absolutely. Pick is in. Please be Tua. Like, your fans are going to be that this is Herbert.
It's going to be Tua.
I think so too. We're really chalk so far. Like nothing major going down.
No, not yet. It'll happen. Don't worry.
We're going to get a lot of movement, I feel like, between 11 and 20. Like, I feel like there's going to be a lot of shuffling in there.
I think so, too.
Yeah. Chase Young versus Andrew Thomas to come. Same division.
Yeah. That's going to be fun to watch.
That'll be a good battle.
I'm reading our Patreon chat right now. Brandon says, I need the Giants to not go offense or I'm going to tilt for the rest of the summer. Well, there's that. I don't know, man. I disagree. If I'm a Giants fan, I think I'm happy with that.
I would be
a little bit.
I think that needed to happen. You gotta protect Daniel Jones and try to give Saquon a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, definitely.
It's weird to me that I don't have Rich Eisen on my screen for draft night.
I know. They also, I didn't realize this. I didn't realize that I'm blanking on his name now for ESPN. Obviously not Mel Kiper. Who was his partner on ESPN? Todd McShay. I didn't realize that he had coronavirus.
I didn't either until I saw it today. Yeah,
at home recovering, which is obviously well wishes to him. But I was kind of surprised because I had no idea.
Yeah, I think it's odd. All right, here we go.
There it is. Tua. That's awesome, man.
They did the right thing. They did the right thing, Miami. Good job. Great offseason. Great offseason for Miami.
Yeah. What they did in free agency now to get Tua, who honestly, this is a perfect scenario because I think he could play week 1, but from a health perspective, I would be very excited if he could just sit for one more year. I know the hip looks great. I know he's moving very well, but there is still concern that he might not be back to football shape, especially without a summer of offseason conditioning with the coronavirus thing. So get Ryan Fitzpatrick back for one more year, let him sling it all over the field, and let Tua sit. I think that's a perfect scenario for him. So that's a great move by the Dolphins. Now we got to know. Kai wants to know, how do we treat the Dolphins?
I'm sorry.
Parker, how do we treat the Dolphins' weapons here with Devontae Parker, Preston Williams? What do you think?
I'm not ruling them taking a wide receiver with one of their first round picks. I'm not ruling that possibility out. It could happen. There's enough of them, or getting some weapons in the second round. Because this class is just so deep that, I mean, they have got a potential to draft a wide receiver that could take over the number 1 gig down there in Miami. So, yeah, I mean, Tua's not going to a great fantasy situation this year, but we're not really looking at it this year because we think that he's probably going to sit for a year. So by the time that he's on the field, hopefully they're going to get some more wide receivers around him that are of a higher caliber.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just watching the highlights right now. I love that little shoulder shimmy that he has that just throws the safety off. And
oh, he's so good.
That game is a freshman, the national championship.
Oh, the walk-off.
Takes a sack, or nearly takes a sack, the play before.
Yeah.
As a freshman to get up and just shake it off and literally within rhythm, drop back, look off the safety, and deliver a freaking dime to win the game is unreal. So yeah, as long as the injury stuff checks out, which again, I've said, I think I'm fine with him for at least 8 years. I think if you're a Dolphins fan, you're like absolutely ecstatic right now.
Well, last year it was tank for Tua because they thought they'd have the 1.01 and they got him anyways.
Yeah, definitely. All right, man. So now the question, we're going to release our rookie rankings on the site on Monday, I believe is the plan. At quarterback, who's your 1.01? Now that we know where they're going. Because it's not going to be Justin Herbert, regardless if he's a Charger.
It's not Herbert. I think it's Tua.
Yeah, I think
it is so close for me. I mean, it is hard, but I'm leading Tua.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what the viewers right now think about that. If you want to drop it in the chat, who would be your 101 at quarterback? For me, it's Tua as well. I mean, he was coming into the season, into the college season, he was my one. Obviously, the hip injury changed that for some people, but given what we've seen so far, I would personally take him as the top quarterback in this class. You also consider the fact that the offense has pieces. It doesn't have a lot right now, but they have Jordan Howard, who's a very serviceable running back. They're going to take another one in the draft. Devontae Parker, say what you want about him, looked great last year. And
50-year breakout.
We love, classic every year. We love Mike Gesicki here on the show. So there is some excitement for Tua there for a fantasy perspective.
For sure. I don't know that their wide receivers in Miami are worse than Cincinnati, depending on what AJ Green they get back. Like if he's injured, if it's not AJ Green of old, I don't know that this is a worse scenario to be in than what Joe Burrow has. Other than he has Joe Mixon, which obviously helps a lot. But then again, Tua has Mike Gesicki, who's we think is a very talented young tight end that could take a big step up. So I don't know that it's like night and day situations. Like if Tua went to the Chargers, I would have answered really quickly that it would have been Tua. But between where they're at right now, they're both in very similarly underwhelming scenarios.
Yeah, I think I think I lean for this year, at least with the Bengals. Like you said, what are we going to get out of AJ Green? I think he's going to be fine for this year as far as a health perspective. Where is he at in performance level? I don't know, but from a health and can he stay on the field? The toe injury at this point and the foot injury should be good to go. But he does have question marks as far as what he can do on the field at this point of his career because we haven't seen it in a very, very long time. So if you're going to get 80% of what AJ Green has done in the past with Tyler Boyd, with Joe Mixon, John Ross providing that deep threat, I think is enough that I would say his weapons are probably better at this point. But like you said, I mean, they still have 2 other first-round picks that could shore up the line in Miami. They could take another skill position player, and that could change relatively quickly. So as of now, I think I lean for the Bengals skill position players. Oh, Brady Quinn. Oh no, they're showing it on TV.
Why?
That's number 39 overall. Just looking at quarterbacks over the years.
Oh, the suit from 2007
with the shoulder pads.
Yeah,
love it.
Gino rocking the. I think that was a Ralph Lauren V-neck sweater on his draft day.
Swag.
Chargers pick is in. Is it Herbert?
I think it is. If not, I think it's going to tell us a lot about what they think about Tyrod. There's been a lot of smoke
Taylor,
right? Because they've said, "Oh, he's not a bridge; he's our guy." None of us have bought it. Obviously, I don't think he is the long-term answer, based off what we've seen so far.
Could this be Derek Brown though? If they decide not to,
it could be. I also wouldn't be shocked to see them also take someone on the offensive line with how good these tackles are.
Worse is there. Huh. It's going to be fascinating. I can't believe they got Booger on this. Come on, man. Why? Out of all of the analysts at your disposal between NFL Network and ESPN, do you have Booger McFarland as one of the 7 that you chose?
Yeah. I don't want to do this disservice, so I have to try to find the actual tweet itself because there was a hilarious tweet today in regards to Booger.
Pick is in for the Chargers.
This is going to be Herbert.
Herbert.
There we go.
Chalk. First 7 picks. No trades. Wow.
This is one of the most chalky first 7 picks, or 6 picks, I should say, in a very long time, I feel like.
Justin Herbert to the Chargers is my favorite landing spot for him. I am born and raised in Oregon. I've been a big Herbert fan for years. I'm texting my dad to let him know that Justin Herbert went to the Chargers. Big body, huge arm, really accurate, very mobile for being 6'6". His mobility is incredible. He's just a strider. Like, he just eats up land. You put him in an offense with Austin Eckler, with Keenan Allen, with Mike Williams. I mean, this is the best landing spot that there was for a rookie quarterback, and he's going to step in with an opportunity to win the job. I hope that he does outright. But I mean, if you're taking a quarterback at pick 6, I think that you're expecting them to contribute early. But you get him in there with those weapons, and I think that he has all the tools at his disposal to be viable. I think it's going to be really interesting to get him there.
I know you're a bigger Herbert fan than I am. I still like him. I think he has the tools to get there. I don't think he's there yet. I mean, he didn't take a single snap out of under center in college. Literally every snap was at shotgun. And is that a huge concern? No, but he can, he'll get reps, he'll get practice with that kind of offensive style. But the other thing to consider here too is there are some wildly inaccurate throws on the sidelines. Like a couple of out routes that he just friggin' airmails it. Like, his arm is so strong, but can he hone that in with the accuracy? I think it'll take a little bit of time for him to get there. But like you were saying, he has all the physical traits to do it. Mobility, definitely. We like that a lot, of course, for fantasy, for rushing quarterbacks. But then also considering the fact too, like, this guy was the number 1 pick last year if he would have come out. Everyone was touting him as the best prospect for a reason. So, I think there's a lot to like for Justin Herbert. He's clearly my quarterback 3 in Superflex, or in rookie rankings, I should say, even, with those other 2 landing spots. So, yes, Justin Herbert, I like him. I don't love him. In a Superflex,
boy, that's a big quarterback moving.
Yeah, it is. Jeez. In a Superflex rookie draft, where would you take Justin Herbert, assuming that you would take Tua and Burrow in the top 3 or 4 picks?
Yeah, we're talking Superflex rookie draft.
Yeah.
Okay, rookie draft, Herbert for me. If you're a quarterback needy team, I wouldn't hate it in the late first, like 1.09, maybe somewhere in that ballpark. There's so many good wide receivers and running backs, and we're going to have to see those landing spots shake out first before we can really formulate this. If we got a lot of these wide receivers and running backs that we love that land in really great spots, even in Superflex, Herbert could be a second-round pick. Like, there might only be 2 quarterbacks that go in the first round of some rookie drafts because of the talent of the skill position players this year.
Yeah. 1.09 was the perfect thing that I was thinking of too. Perfect spot. Yep. We've done a couple mocks on the show. We joined the guys from Dynasty Happy Hour to do a rookie mock. He won, I believe, at 1.08 in that draft. I got him at about 8, 9, 10. That seems perfect for a guy like Justin Herbert, who, if you're taking him, obviously, I don't think you're taking him for this year to plug and play as like a quarterback too. But I think next year, 2021, and moving forward, like you said, the skill position players are unreal. You have Austin Eckler out of the backfield, one of the best pass catchers in the NFL at the running back position. You've got Mike Williams, a great deep threat. You've got Keenan Allen, who's got one of the most defined roles in the NFL with sticky hands. So you like to see that for sure. If they can get Hunter Henry back, I know he's on the tag this year for another contract beyond this season. There's a lot to be really intrigued by with Justin Herbert, not only from the real NFL perspective, but for fantasy, for sure.
Well, and he threw to running backs a ton in college. So all those passes down to Eckler are going to be money. Picks in for the Panthers. Wirfs is still on the board. He's a sliding. Where the Panthers are going to go here. There's also some very good cornerbacks available as well.
I don't think
Henderson's out there
yet.
Yeah, Henderson, I don't think so either.
Solid, but I think if they were if he was their target.
Oh, you know what? Isaiah Simmons. They just lost Luke Kuechly. Simmons
seems like a good fit here. I also took the over 6.5 on Simmons landing spot, so I'm thrilled right now. I would not be shocked by Simmons. I would also not be shocked by offensive line as well. They just invested a ton of money in Christian McCaffrey. Why not try to help out your best playmaker? They just brought in a new quarterback in Teddy Bridgewater. So, yeah, kind of shore up things there on the offensive line. But the defense is atrocious in Carolina.
Yeah. Isaiah Simmons.
The tackle makes sense here, too, with Derek Brown. The kid out of Auburn would be a good fit. I also like the Isaiah Simmons call as well. But one thing with Simmons, he's such a unique player, right? Like, is he a safety? Is he a linebacker? Is he both? I don't know. And I don't think teams know that either, because they were saying basically some GMs love this guy. They just don't know how to work him into the offense. And so they were kind of worried about, like, did they waste the pick and then not know how to use him? I think that's a mistake. I think you can put him in anywhere on the field and he'll be successmal. I mean, they were showing highlights of him the other day from Clemson. Like,
he's
unreal,
dude.
Unreal. Not a human being. Not a human being.
No. I mean, I don't even know what to say about a defensive hybrid player of that size that runs that fast. I mean, he can play middle linebacker and mix it up in the trenches. He can cover in the slot. He can cover tight ends because of his size. He can run with wide receivers. This dude is just a defensive weapon, and you don't see those very often. So just an elite physical talent that can line up anywhere you need him. I think the Panthers have got to take him here.
It's got to be defense. It's got to be defense. We'll see.
Unless it's Wirfs. But again, if they don't take Wirfs and Wirfs is on the board next for Arizona, Is it going to be Wirfs or is it going to be CeeDee?
It's going to be an offensive lineman. Whether it's whoever their guy is, whoever they have rated higher, is it Wirfs or is it Jedrick Wills? He's also a stud on the offensive line. So one of those two guys.
Yeah.
Man, they take forever with these picks.
They're already in. Come on. Picks already in, guys. Let's go.
Here we go. There we go. I think that's a good pick.
Makes sense. I would have preferred it to be Simmons, but I like it.
It makes sense. I think it's a good pick. He's a really good player. Really good on the interior as well. And last year, I don't know, John, if you followed like the trends with as much about. I focus on it a lot in DFS, but basically being able to look at where our team's struggling, and the Carolina Panthers, man, you could play any running back in DFS, and it worked against them. So I think that makes perfect sense from a weakness perspective on what they had. Fill in this guy, take him at number 8 here, or 7, I should say, and shore up that defensive line. I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you put just a run-stopping cog in the middle. That makes a ton of sense in a division that is going to have Todd Gurley, Alvin Kamara. Tampa could potentially address the running back position in this draft. I think it makes a ton of sense to get that guy in there.
Yeah, for sure.
Arizona, come on, just send the thing and get CeeDee. Just pull the trigger.
They shouldn't.
Come on. No, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
Boy, it would be fun.
I would love it. I mean,
for fantasy, it would be incredible. They should go offensive lineman here, but man, I don't know. I think there's a chance that it happens. There's also
a chance they go with Simmons here as well. I mean, that defense.
True.
If you remember from a DFS or a fantasy perspective, you didn't have to do anything except for just say, all right, you're playing the Cardinals. Like, here you go. Here's your tight end. We have a question here in the chat there, John, from our good friend Todd wants to know, which rookie running back fits best with Tua in Miami?
Probably Swift.
I would say. That came to mind for me as well.
I would say Swift is the best fit there. One, both SEC guys, they face similar competition. Okada's texting us right now, begging for this to be CeeDee Lamb. Begging for it to be CeeDee. I hope so. I think that his ability, talking about Swift, his ability to make something out of nothing, his ability to make people miss in tight spaces, I think will be really beneficial. He's good at pass catching. He doesn't have home run speed, but he's quick and he's twitchy. I want Jonathan Taylor in a little bit more of a smash mouth position. That's why I didn't go Jonathan Taylor there. Like, I want Jonathan Taylor in a Seattle or in Baltimore or somewhere where
1995 offense.
Yes, but not just that, because he is an underrated pass catcher as well, and he's great in space. But I just think with the holes on the Miami team, kind of a subpar offensive line, I think DeAndre Swift would be a really good fit down there.
Swift's my favorite pick there too, to pair up with Tua in the backfield of Miami. You also look at what they have on the roster already, right? With Jordan Howard.
Yeah.
Not a pass catcher. We want a guy to go there that can catch footballs out of the backfield. And certainly
I thought about CEH, honestly.
Yeah, that'd be intriguing as well.
Duo between Jordan Howard.
Yeah, he'd be a perfect complement there. I don't think they would take him, though, obviously, as early as Swift. I think Swift is a good fit there. I'd prefer to see him land there. And with that being said, the pick is in.
Do something sexy, please. Come on. Yeah, Isaiah Simmons.
There we go.
I like that a lot. Oh, great. My Seahawks have to face him twice a year.
When there was rumors coming out about the Giants taking him, I was like, man, that sucks for an Eagles fan. Like, he's just such an unreal athlete, man, coming out. Do it all. Literally can do it all on the football field. I'm intrigued to see how they use him because, like you were saying, line him up at safety, you're good. Line him up at linebacker, you're good. Line him up on the edge, you're good. It takes a good defensive mind to be able to use an athlete like that and use him effectively. But if there's one thing we can say for certain, the Cardinals needed a ton of help, and you can address two positions at once, essentially, with a guy like Simmons. So I think that's a great call there.
His versatility is huge for a team that needs so much on defense because you can scheme him several different ways. You know what I mean? He can really help a defense in a ton of different ways. I think that it's a surprise that he lasted all the way to 8. Honestly, I think people were taking him to go a little bit earlier than that. Yeah, look at that. He's lined up in slot corner, outside linebacker, corner, safety, and inside linebacker.
Yeah, to line up a guy like that at that size at safety, 6'3" and 5/8 inches is what it has on the screen here. 238 pounds. Are you kidding me?
That's like Cam Chancellor.
Yeah, like that is unreal.
Big hitter that can run back there. I'm so fascinated to see where he lines up. Look at him. He's what?
Yeah, he's a guy that I think we're gonna be like tuning in like on Sunday Night Football to watch Arizona, and I'm not even gonna be worried about what's happening on offense. Like, I'm just so excited to see this guy on defense. Like,
I'm terrified that he's in my division now. That
you should be. I think you should be.
For Seattle with a bad offensive line, yeah, no thanks. Oh, he's gonna be Russell Wilson's spy, by the way.
Oh yeah, definitely. There is a 0% chance that Russell Wilson is going to run at all against that defense.
Great.
Perfect.
Love that. All right, so Jacksonville is on. They need a lot. Defensive tackle has been addressed. I don't know. Maybe this is a wide receiver pick, like you were saying earlier. It's possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could go. Obviously, offensive line is a need for this team. They could use a cornerback. So do they potentially look at CJ Henderson? Do they look at addressing a linebacker position? They do also have 2 first-round picks. So in our mock last night that we did with a bunch of the industry folks, I ended up taking for them. I picked at 20 and 21 for Jacksonville and Philly, and I gave them Murray, the linebacker out of Oklahoma, because they need a running back for Miles Jack for sure. But there's so many holes to fill with this team. I feel like they can't go wrong, honestly.
By the way, looking ahead to the next pick, Cleveland has got to just be salivating about the offensive line options that are available.
Yeah,
like
this can all work out better.
Yeah, this is perfect for them.
Take their pick of who they prefer.
Jaguars pick is in. No trades through the first 9.
Well, I mean, they kind of gave that illusion, or not that illusion, but gave that idea, right? That like there's just so much uncertainty with like the connection issues and people being in their basement. Like right. They might as well either get the trade done the day before or day of before everything starts, or hold off. So I hope we see some trades because it's just fun to kind of shake things up. But I'm questioning whether or not it'll happen.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I was saying, I think that 11 through 20, I think we'll start to see some trades happen. I know San Francisco is interested in trading down. I know Jacksonville is interested in getting back into the first round as well. Or Houston is rather, sorry. So we'll see what happens.
How are they going to do that? They don't have any picks.
Who? Houston?
Houston.
Oh, it'll be easy. They'll send Deshaun Watson for the 28th overall pick.
You know what? Bill, we'll send you a 7th back.
Yeah, sure. Sure. We'll put a 7th in there.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Bill O'Brien. Yeah, what a guy. This is an interesting pick for me here. This is interesting. Ooh, this mock is Wrong. Oh, it's a projected trade. That's why I'm looking at it wrong. There's a projected trade on
What's
a
that?
mock, projected, not real life, but that Atlanta moved up here to take Derek Brown, which is interesting.
Gotcha.
Derek Brown still being available, I think, would make a lot of sense. So would offensive line. So there's a lot of ways that they can go with this pick, a lot of ways, and they need a lot of help in a lot of different areas.
Man,
Could
I need
be
that
wide
grill.
receiver.
You see that grill on TV? It was like a football grill, it was like the shape of a football.
I did. That was pretty sick. Yeah, it's fantastic. I want that. That's awesome. Wide receiver wouldn't surprise me either here, though.
No,
Because they have literally shark and nothing. That's it. So if they wanted to go elite wide receiver option, it's possible.
Yeah.
Who would fit best of the wide receivers? Of like the top 3 wide receivers, who would fit their scheme the best?
I think for me, it would be Jerry Jeudy. He's the type of player that can do it all. He can separate like no other. He is definitely the best separator in this class. If I'm not saying they are, but if they commit to Gardner Minshew and really give him a shot to be the starter, not only this year, but moving forward, I mean, he's a guy that, I'm not trying to say he's a bad player. He was a great player for fantasy. We loved him, but there's a reason he was taken late in the draft last year. He wasn't a top tier prospect. He needs time to kind of sit back there and develop and get a receiver who can do more with the ball in his hands. Now, CeeDee is definitely the best player in this class from a run after the catch ability, but I think DJ Chark is underrated in that aspect. I think you have a possession receiver in Jeudy. I think you have a deep threat, run after the catch guy in Chark. So I would love Jerry Jeudy as the pick here if it was my pick of those wide receivers.
Yeah, I would too. I think that fits them the best.
Plus, if I don't say CeeDee, then there's a chance the Eagles still come up and take him. So I can't say that.
It's true. It's very true. Please, you want that to happen so bad.
I do.
So bad. Oh, man. Pick is in. Waiting.
And guys, if you're just entering the chat too, feel free. Thanks for checking us out on the live stream. Feel free to drop some questions, whether it be for NFL purposes, for fantasy purposes. Leave a comment. Let us know where you're at, where you're watching, what you're drinking. Appreciate you guys coming to hang out with us tonight. Here we go.
Ooh,
there it is.
Nice pick.
And that's a lot earlier than I think he was projected to go originally.
That is early for him, but I like it. It's a good fit. They need it there. Absolutely. So.
No doubt. And he also profiles as a guy who can lock down. A lot of people, the big draft guys that cover this, it's what they do. Basically, they're saying like there are 2 cornerbacks in this class. This is a 2 cornerback class, and then there's a tier break. He is in that tier, no doubt about it. CJ Henderson, 6'1", long, rangy. The dude's got speed, and the knock on him, I think, and it's not even really a knock. I would just say
the Browns ran to the podium.
Oh, their pick is in.
They got an offensive lineman scoped up already.
Oh yeah,
and they just
with CJ Henderson.
I need more ice.
Like right in that pick right there, that visual, he kind of like baits the guy into the throw, and there's just some questions if that speed will carry over to the NFL level. I think it will. I mean, he's a great player, so that's a good pick there for Jacksonville. Makes a ton of sense after losing a couple other corners here. Obviously, the biggest name there in Jalen Ramsey.
By the way, I love the old school NFL Network music so much. and the fact that they're using it on every pick breakdown makes me so happy.
Oh yeah,
that's a great pick. The Browns, yeah, they've got to have an offensive lineman here that they're scoping. Easily the biggest need for the Browns O-line.
Yeah, definitely.
His defensive coordinator in Florida, Todd Grantham, in 30 years of coaching in the NFL, said he's the best cornerback I've ever seen. All right, now we're at the 10th pick. Introducing the Browns pick is St. Jude patient Fletcher Rollison. Fletcher was diagnosed with a rare brain tumor, and his family turned to St.
Oh, man.
What are you laughing at over there?
Oh, I'm laughing at our favorite league and being with people that like to make inappropriate jokes. Oh, I love that league so much. Oh, good for him.
While my journey with cancer has been hard, I cannot say enough about St. Jude. The doctors and staff are amazing, and they have taken such good care of me. And now back to you for the Browns pick. Go Browns!
That dude crushed it.
He was fantastic. Good for him.
That kid, man.
That's awesome.
Nailed it. Here we go.
We are so happy to see that you're home and doing well.
What do you think? Jedrick Wills?
I think Wills. Wills or Wirfs.
And we're all in your corner, Fletcher. Go get him. So I have the Browns pick. With the 10th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills.
Yep.
There you go.
There it is.
I hope you like it, Fletcher.
It is not natural for a human being his size to move the way he does.
No, it's insane.
He's a stud. This is a great pick for Cleveland.
Great train. When he's pulling, like, get out of the way. It is crazy speed for someone that size. That's fantastic. That's going to be such a big boost to the offensive line there in Cleveland with Stefanski as the new head coach. Trying to press the reset button and get Baker back on track. Get him to really do some big growing. I think is going to be big. So, yeah, good job, Cleveland. Kai bringing it up. They added Jack Conklin and Jedrick Wills in the same offseason to the offensive line. That's a massive upgrade.
Are you buying the bounce back for the Browns offense this year?
Yes.
Me too.
I am totally buying it. I think that Freddie Kitchens was in way over his head. That team was more focused on toxic energy than they were on football. I think that he's a fine coordinator, but he was not ready to be a head coach. And I think that you give Baker Mayfield and Odell Beckham Jr. a second season to grow together and get on the same page. Baker being in his third season now with two very good offensive tackles. I'm just assuming that Jedrick Wills is going to translate well to the NFL. I don't see any way that he doesn't. Dude's good. I'm totally buying it. I've expressed my concerns about Chubb before because of the workload split with Kareem Hunt, but an offense as a whole, I think that offense is going to be much improved from where we were last year.
Yeah, no doubt. And this fits perfectly with what they want to do with Stefanski there with that play action passing, shore up the offensive line, lean on Chubb, lean on Kareem Hunt, let Baker feast out of play action. Per PFF, the best quarterback out of play action as far as improving from when he is not throwing out of play action to when he is throwing out of play action. There's a lot to like about Cleveland this year, so I'm super intrigued, especially with this pick. All right, John, let's take a quick 60-second break. We will put up the live show here. We'll remove ourselves from the stream. We'll be back in 60 seconds. I'm going to freshen up my beverage.
Yes, sir. All right.
Alrighty, we are back in action here. Oh, we got to switch that up. That's not right. There we go.
Hey, it's better.
Different spots for the Twitter handles there. I am not Dynasty Beard. I do not have a beard, as you can tell. It's very easy for us to see which one is which. Welcome back to the Red Shirts live stream, guys, tonight. Hope you're all enjoying the draft so far. We are 10 picks in. Took a short break, came back in. Want to let everyone know. Reminder, this is brought to you guys by Fantasy Go, putting on the show for us tonight, the sponsor of the show. FantasyGo.com is the place if you need fantasy football help. So this summer, look for them a lot more to come out in their advertisements. Look for them a lot more to come out as assets to help you in your fantasy leagues. They are the Uber of fantasy football. What you do, you go to their website, you find John, maybe you find me, maybe you find Okada, other analysts, guys that you trust or females that you trust. Check them out. They're going to give you the chat feature. You can literally give them access to your lineup behind the scenes. So your league mates don't even know that you have a fantasy analyst helping to set your lineup, make waiver wire moves, etc. It's just an awesome platform. We're super excited to partner with them tonight. Sure. All right, man. The Jets pick is in number 11. What do you think?
We got to run here 3 straight teams that could all potentially go wide receiver.
They could.
Let's get some skill position roll in here. I think this is a wide receiver. Oh, hey, look. I say wide receiver, and Mel Kiper puts up his best available, and 2 of them are receivers. Yeah, I would say.
But if you're the Jets, I think you have to take Justin Wirfs.
Yeah,
I think he's the move.
Yeah, I think you got it. I really do think that it needs to happen. I really want a wide receiver to happen soon because I'm very excited.
It will. Vegas is going to do it.
Yeah, Vegas will for sure. But I think you're absolutely right. I think that Wirfs being on the board here for them makes too much sense. They got to get some protection in there for Sam Darnold.
Definitely.
If it is a wide receiver, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Henry Ruggs, which I don't think is a great fit, but I think it could happen.
The NFL does love speed. There's a reason John Ross was a top 10 pick. We'll see.
Crazy.
Is it Ruggs? There he is.
Oh, is it? Again, you're like 8 seconds ahead of me.
I'm sorry. They're showing him on screen.
Oh, boy. I'm still waiting to figure out this whole hat situation. How are they doing this?
I have no idea.
I need to know how that's happening.
Unless they secretly did the draft 2 weeks ago. They gave everyone after the fact. They just broadcast.
Well, they're showing CD2 now. So
we'll see. Our good friend here on YouTube, Todd, says not Lamb to the Jets. We'll find out here.
Please not. Todd. Please not. Okay. Becton.
Oh, Mekhi Becton.
I like that.
Also a great pick. I'm surprised Wirfs has fallen this far.
So am I. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We were talking about it. Dude, he's huge.
That's a big dude, man. Holy crap.
Oh my gosh. He makes Becton look small. That is crazy.
You mean
I'm talking about his dad.
Oh yeah, his dad is unreal.
His dad is a monster.
Yeah, so the kid out of Louisville, it definitely helps. Tackle position was a huge need for the Jets.
Yeah.
This is the right move. I think we all thought maybe there would be a wide receiver taken here because it's Jamison Crowder and it's Brashad Perryman right now.
But there's so much depth in this class.
Yeah,
there's
it makes
so
sense.
much.
This is the move.
They can get more.
Yep, definitely. Take one in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, etc. So yeah, I like that call a lot.
6'7" 3/8 and 364 pounds.
This dude playing freaking high school basketball is terrifying. Showing his highlight.
Look at the athleticism though of a guy that size.
Yeah, the 5'1" at the combine, unreal.
Yeah, that 5'1" was insane.
Yeah,
no, for someone that size
also,
to get moving.
Can you picture for a half second being a linebacker in the 2nd level and just running at you at 5'1" speed? Jeez.
No, that's not okay.
I would cry.
Not acceptable. So he goes into the AFC East with okay front sevens, not elite front sevens. Like they don't have the pass rush that some other divisions do. I like it.
I like this call too. What do you think this does for the value in fantasy of Le'Veon Bell?
I don't know. It's I can't trust Adam Gase. I don't know. I don't think it moves the needle for me. That's my analysis. My I don't know isn't I literally don't know. My I don't know is it doesn't really move the needle. Now, yeah, it could help, but they have so many holes on that team and on that offensive line. They weren't one offensive lineman away from having a good O-line. They still need like two more. So
I agree.
It doesn't really move the needle much. I'm kind of out on Lev Bell unless I can get him dirt cheap in a startup or something like that, maybe. But at his age in that system, I just don't. I don't want any part of it. Oh, look at him pushing an F-150. That's fantastic.
Oh, casual. Yeah, it's not. There's no reason this is a downgrade, obviously, for taking him. But for what, like you're saying, for what they have right now on the offensive line, it doesn't help a ton. It's not going to be a difference maker. It's not going to change redraft value of Lev Bell. And by the time it matters in Dynasty, it's too late for Lev. Obviously, now approaching 30, best days are certainly behind him. The injury history, off the field concerns, etc. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think I'm out on Lev Bell. I was actually kind of out on him last year. I had him ranked, I want to say like RB 21, 22 going into the season. I think volume was going to be fine, but I just didn't want any part of him because of the way he runs, the way the Jets offensive line shaked out. It just wasn't a good fit. So maybe a small uptick for him, but I don't think I'll have any interest in him this year.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, geez. Okay, so I'm a Bucs fan, and I just saw a tweet that they had added George Fant, who'd been with Seattle for a while. If you're counting on George Fant to be one of your starting offensive linemen, that's not good enough. So that Jets O-line is still really bad. So the Raiders.
Freaking Gruden, man. I love Gruden. Just picture him just like
I love him so much. Hey man, so we got football. This guy right here, and I just gotta tell you about this guy right here, man. He's a real smart kid. This guy.
Whenever I think of John Gruden,
I want it to be wide receiver.
Spider Y2 banana.
Spider 2Y banana. Spider 2Y banana. Absolutely. And knock on wood if you're with me.
So they get their pick. Oh, absolutely. They get their pick at wide receiver here. So we'll see if they go with one of their top choices.
Including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders. And I've got it right here. So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas.
Wow.
You know what?
Henry Ruggs, first wide receiver off the board, and your boy took it at plus 380. Let's go. Let's go.
That was my bet too. This league loves speed, man.
They can't pass it up. It's unreal.
They can't. And I think, and we've talked about it a lot, what he does for real life football is so much more important than fantasy football. His ability to stretch a defense and take coverage away is very important and very beneficial. Were way better, even with old Deshaun Jackson on the field, than when he went down because he's still stretched the field. I'm so happy because I don't like Ruggs for fantasy, and I'm so glad that he went there, leaving some better options available for Judy and Lamb. Like San Francisco, if one of them go there, Denver coming up, hoping your Eagles can make a move. Like
go get him.
Right now, go to San Francisco, who wants to trade down, come up to 13 and get CeeDee, please. I want to see it happen so bad.
Hey, man, you don't have to tell me that's a good idea.
I know you are.
Let's focus on the Raiders quick before the Niners pick gets locked in here. You mentioned Henry Ruggs. You're not a fan of him for fantasy. You just think his game doesn't translate from Alabama the way he plays for what we're looking for from fantasy?
Yeah, I mean, to me, my concern is one, the range of outcomes with him, because could he be a Tyreek Hill? Yes, he could. He has that maybe potential in him. His production was really subpar. He was like the third best wide receiver on his own team. I just don't see him as being a complete player, and I think that he's going to be a boom bust deep threat like young Deshaun.
Unreal.
It's so fast though. Like it is crazy. This slant and then bye. Like that is crazy. That's Tyreek stuff. Like, and he has that potential in him, absolutely. But I want someone that is going to give more consistency. And I don't know that he has that in his game. So his floor to me is really low. His ceiling is really high. It's a really wide range of outcomes because of his natural physical abilities, because of how freaking fast he is. And he's stronger than people give him credit for, just like Tyreek Hill is. He jumps better than people give him credit for, just like Tyreek Hill. So the range of outcomes is very vast. But I think that...
Is he wearing a robe?
Yeah, dude. It's an Old Spice robe.
Okay, I'm gonna adjust my ranks. He's going up. That's awesome.
Now look at your man. Now back at me. Now back at your man. Now back at me.
So for me, Ruggs was my 4 going into the draft at wide receiver. I obviously have Lamb and Judy ahead of him. I also moved Justin Jefferson up to 3 above Ruggs. But I agree, the range of outcomes are massive. He could flourish and be a freaking superstar in the NFL, or just be a deep threat that we never really get to see anything from. So I think this is great for the Raiders. What they have in Darren Waller over the middle is great. What they have in Tyrell Williams is kind of more of also more of a deep threat as well. Opens up the field immensely for Waller. So this is my favorite scenario for Darren Waller. If you're a dynasty owner of Darren Waller, I'm psyched about it. My question is, how does this fit with Derek Carr? Because I don't know, man.
Derek Carr is not an accurate deep ball thrower.
No.
And he doesn't have the cannon arm either. Like,
no.
I'd like him to be with Josh Allen that can just throw the thing 75 yards in the air and let him go catch it. Like, that's the kind of quarterback that you want Henry Ruggs to be with, not someone with an underwhelming arm and accuracy issues. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's a great fit for him unless they employ Ruggs as that type of player where they just say, okay, let's give him the ball in space and let's do it quickly and just let him work. That's the way to do it. Bubble screens and short slants, things like that. Then I'm really intrigued for Derek Carr.
Fly sweeps, all kinds of, just get him the ball and then let him move. Yeah, it's possible. San Fran,
he's unreal.
2:45 left on their clock, is still not in. Boy, I wonder if they're on the phone.
God, I hope so.
Oh, please. Please. I want it so bad.
If they, but listen, they need a wide receiver, right? Like,
they do.
It makes sense. They just had CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy literally fall in their lap. I think if I'm the Niners, I would stay. I would just take the wide receiver, whichever one they prefer, because we both like Debo a lot. Obviously, George Kittle is a freaking stud. But outside of that, Jalen Hurd is a complete question mark at this point. They're potentially moving on from Marquise Goodwin. I've heard his name kind of thrown around in trade rumors today.
Wait, hold on. Tampa
are moving up one slot.
One?
To come up in this draft. There's still a tackle on the board to get Tom Brady more protection. That would be a logical pick for Tampa Bay.
Wow. All right. So the dream is still alive.
Still alive.
Trade. I almost got up.
I know. I was like, oh, maybe it is. It's not. But
okay,
they moving up one. I don't know why they need to. Was San Francisco going to take a tackle?
Probably not.
I don't understand this.
They have one of the best offensive lines in football.
Yeah. Okay, Tampa. Sure. Oh, wait. Oh, they're not swapping picks. They're going back to back. They kept the 14. Oh, that's interesting.
I thought you were saying San Fran is moving back to swaps, but they keep,
I thought that's what was going to happen too. Yeah, but Tampa Bay is keeping both.
That's really intriguing. Wow.
Okay, so they got 2 picks back to back right now. Offensive line, it has to be to protect Tom Brady.
Yeah,
so
one of these picks is going to be a tackle.
One of them is going to be a tackle, and then the other corner.
I don't know if there's a corner that makes sense at this pick. I could see them potentially addressing the defensive line. I could see them potentially addressing a linebacker. They've got some holes on the defensive side of the ball to fill. But yeah, one of these has to be Wirfs, right?
It does, yeah. I think Tristan Wirfs being on the board here for Tom Brady is just too good. What in the world? Sorry, a trade just went down in my rookie.
Ooh, let's talk about it.
This is insane. Let me confirm the actual pick number because you know how Sleeper does that.
Yeah.
To move up here to what was the freaking trade? Okay, so wow, someone just paid so much for the 1.02.
Let's discuss. What was the trade?
So it was AJ Green and the 1.02 for Kenyon Drake, Julio Jones, a first, a second, and 2/3 this year. That is such an overpay to come up to the 1.02.
Superflex?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to get that pick. You said they got Drake and 102 for that?
No, AJ Green in the 102, and they gave up Drake, Julio, a first, a second, and 2/3.
Yeah, that person's coming up to take Joe Burrow to pair him up with AJ Green.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. That seems like a lot.
That's a lot. Oh, San Francisco did swap. They had their graphic wrong.
Come on.
So they swapped picks. I don't. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's Tristan Wirfs, but I don't understand. But I don't think that Tampa was gonna. I don't think Tampa was gonna take him.
Do you know what the terms of the deal were? Like, what did they give up to move up that one spot?
Kai is saying they swapped a 4th and a 7th.
Okay, that's why
A lot.
That's
silly. That's a lot to give up to move up one.
Yeah, it kind of seems like an unnecessary pick or necessary trade in my opinion.
Let me go to Shifter. Oh, hey Levi, what's up, dude?
Levi, what's up, brother?
Oh, Levi wants to hop on with us, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make it a complete goal of mine to never let Levi on the show. I kind of have that going now, as a joke with Levi.
Tampa coming up to San Francisco's spot for a tackle, like Schefter's saying that. Oh, Tristan Wirfs. Okay, as expected. San Francisco getting 14 and 117 and giving 13 and it's 7th. So yeah, they swapped a 4th and a 7th to move up one spot. That didn't need to happen. You could have just stayed where you were and taken him.
That seems like that seems like an unnecessary move. Now, do you think San Fran grabs Lamb here? We have a question in the chat.
I think they might go Lamb or Judy. I really think that they might, which would be a great fantasy landing spot.
And this is perfect for Denver, right? They get the whatever falls to them, they're going to take for Denver there. They need a wide receiver as well.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Sick. Ball in. Okay. Cool. Was that another trade I just saw?
What's that in the NFL draft?
What was that notification I just saw?
I don't know.
It just stayed and then it went away. I just need to keep Schefter's Twitter page up.
You don't just want to retweet it or tweet things out yourself?
You know, I think I'm kind of done there.
Dude, I love how good of a sport you are about that.
Hey, listen, I had information from someone that I trust. I was a little early in sharing. I should have waited for things to develop further and have more concrete information instead of like this might happen sort of stuff. And it is what it is. I was wrong, and that's okay. And I'll take the loss on that and learn from it. So,
no doubt, man.
I'm happy for the Bengals that they got their guy. I'm super stoked for them that they got Burrow. I think that he's a fantastic prospect, and they've been through the ringer over the years. And I hope that this is a franchise-altering kind of place. So, kind of pick for him. So that's possible.
Yes, sir. We have 4 minutes until my Eagles make this trade. Come on, boys. Let's get up there and get it. Come on, Howie. Please.
Please. Oh, it'd be fantasy gold. It would be absolutely fantasy gold. Okay. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. Oh, I need to update my spreadsheet with Ruggs.
Yeah, so you're charting right now the skill position players taken?
Yes. All skill position players I'm going to chart throughout the draft so that we have it handy for their draft capital, landing spots, and the college that they're from.
That would be a nice asset for our Patreon supporters.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Show a little love to the Patreon crew.
Yeah. Or as Okada says, yeet.
Shout out to Okada working the draft right now. He's teaching us so many things, by the way.
Yeah, really.
How to wear
our
tank
whiteness
tops.
is showing. Our whiteness is
showing. Tank tops, yoga pants,
totally yoga pants.
Drinking ginger beer.
Non-alcoholic ginger beer. Okay, so Ruggs went at
dude is such a hippie.
I love Okada, man. I do. Okada, Henry Ruggs.
You said Okada. You put Okada on the dock. Perfect.
No, I didn't.
Got a third wide receiver taken.
I love it. Okay. Yeah, the spreadsheet's going to be super helpful once the draft is done to start analyzing like draft capital and rookie stuff and things like that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be nice.
John, let's bring on one of our very good friends. I'm going to change the graphics up on the screen right now because that's going to get a little messed up. So we're going to change that. Let's swap in. We'll just put our logo in the top corner there. And we will bring on a good friend of the show, Levi. What is up, my brother?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, cheers, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Finally got some action like at pick 12.
Hey, how come you have a fresh fade? I don't understand.
My wife's awesome.
Love it.
I know.
That's good. Good for you.
Although I will say the Clippers were like the Walmart special, so it took a little while, but she powered through it.
Hey man, it's better than what us folk are working with.
It's impressive you could even get Clippers. I tried to order some. They're back ordered so far that at this point, I'm just gonna let it ride.
Yeah,
I'll just go with the flow. We're gonna go flow game.
Here you go. Yeah, lots of hat wearing in our future.
Oh yes. Levi, let the people know more about you. So obviously we play in a fantasy league together, a dynasty league with Levi. Levi is a good friend of ours. Let the people know where they can find you on Twitter. Let them know where they can find your work.
Yeah, it's at Levi Chappell. Chappell is CHAPPELL. I write at Dynasty League Football, DLF. That's about it. Just kind of an average dude. We
very smart average dude though, that we enjoy a lot.
Yeah. So we hold on a sec. That was weird. I got joined into a Zoom call. We joined a startup this year. So first First time I gotta play with Betts and John here, and it's quickly turning into my favorite league. There's quite the personality in that league. But yeah, that's about it. I just do a little bit of writing and watch way too much YouTube.
Levi, I'm going to interrupt you. San Francisco only has 33 seconds left.
Who they pick?
Levi, we care about where we can find your work, but not that much, dude.
I love you, but okay, they put the pick in without trading with like 25 seconds left.
Oh, come on, man.
If this isn't CeeDee Lamb, I'm gonna be real pissed.
I think it's got to be. It's either CeeDee or Jeudy, obviously, and then Denver, I think, is just going to take whoever's left on the board.
I agree.
Agreed.
If Jeudy goes to Denver, I love that a lot.
Like
for fantasy.
Have NFL teams not learned that like the flashy, really fast toy does not always pan out? Like, I think everybody agrees that Jeudy and Lamb are just flat out better receivers than Ruggs. I don't get why we see it year after year. We have a guy that runs a really fast 40 and then he just vaults up to the top of the first round.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's that difference, right? Because we obviously look at it from a fantasy lens more so than not. But yeah, speed kills, and this NFL, today's NFL loves it, right? Like you run that 40 and freaking blaze, and you're a top 15 option guaranteed at the wide receiver position. But it's just a matter of scheming. It's a matter of fit. We were talking about it before you hopped on with the Raiders. I don't know that Derek Carr is going to get him the ball unless they design the offense around Ruggs to get him in short spaces, get him the ball quickly. Derek Carr is just not a deep ball thrower. We were talking about how it opens up more for Darren Waller. So that's an interesting kind of dynasty lens to look at things there for Waller. Before we get to the Niners, I think it's going to take another 30 seconds or so. Kai has a question for you, Levi. He wants to know, what has been your favorite pick so far?
Oh, good one. I'd say I like I said again, I watch way too much tape, and I think Isaiah Simmons is.
Hey, Levi, you're about to be really mad.
I know. I'll finish my thought. I think Isaiah Simmons is a fantastic player, and getting him at 8, even though I think tackle was probably a bigger need for Arizona, I think Simmons was an absolutely fantastic pick at number 8.
Definitely agree with that. And with the Niners, Javon Kinlaw.
Oh my word.
If you're a Niners fan, you've got to be sick right now. I mean,
man.
Listen, Kinlaw is a great player, but come on, man.
Man, they love to beef that defensive line, don't they?
Yeah. Hey, listen, boys. The Eagles could get one of these too, man. It's only a few picks to move up.
It might just fall to them at this point. Dallas isn't going to take one. Atlanta's probably not.
No, Atlanta. When you got to think the Broncos would go wide receiver here. Logical, at least.
Broncos would, as well as Minnesota. They also need a wide receiver. So I think if the Eagles want one of these two studs, they have to go up and take them from Atlanta, Dallas, one of those kind of teams, because I don't think they make it past Minnesota.
Well, I think Atlanta could trade down for sure.
And I think Dallas could too as well. I don't think Dallas is like, dying to pick at 17.
Yeah, agreed with that. Interesting.
His dad literally fell on the floor. He was so excited. Javon Kinlaw's dad literally just went like and toppled. Wow, that's a hell of a comp comparing him to Richard Seymour.
Dude was a beast.
Wow. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
What are you guys drinking tonight?
I got a little this going on tonight.
Oh, Woodford. That's a good one.
I stepped it up a bit.
You guys are going to be super disappointed in me.
You're drinking like Trulies or something, aren't you?
I'm drinking White Claws.
Yeah. The claw!
Michelle and Kate would be so proud.
Claws up, boys. Listen, the plan was to the plan was to go out and get some whiskey. However, with what's going on in the country, it's all call ahead ordering. Where we're at in Vermont, to go in and get a bottle of whatever you want, you have to call it in, and then you have to go pick it up curbside. And it's like,
wow.
I don't know. We live in like a rural setting. It's like a 20-minute drive. It's just a busy day, and so we were like, all right, guess we're getting White Claw tonight. So here I am.
That's
I feel no shame, boys. I feel no shame.
I got an Albertsons that's like 3/4 of a mile away, and I just walk in there and can buy my bacon, my steak, and my booze all in one place, and it works out really, really well.
All right, Ron Swanson.
Yeah, seriously.
You know what? I have a very well-balanced diet of brown things and meat, so it's going great right now.
So
Yeah,
maybe you guys can refresh me on what the trade was for the Niners, but did they essentially just swap DeForest Buckner for Kinlaw and like a later pick?
San Francisco went Kinlaw and a 7th for DeForest Buckner, essentially.
Yeah. So they just swapped.
Yeah, that's a downgrade.
Yeah, for sure.
But Tampa gave them a 4th for the 7th that they gave up. So Tampa, I think, overpaid. But yeah, Shanahan looks happy. That's a good thing. Broncos pick is in. I wonder if this is a receiver.
I think it is. I think this is going to be Jerry Jeudy, I think.
I think Jeudy fits them better.
Yeah, I had Kinlaw going to Atlanta. I thought that was a good fit. They need much help on defense, but that ain't happening.
Hey, how come they've got like 15 people in that house?
Social distancing.
There it is, fellas. I got it. Jerry Jeudy.
There we go. Love
there
it.
It is.
I love
how
it.
How are you getting them first?
Let's see who it was on the timeline here. It
so this is the 115.
Was a guy named Dov Kleeman.
Who the hell is that?
Jeez, I'm an idiot.
Good question. I don't know, but he has the pick on here and he's got a blue check mark, so I'm gonna take his word for it.
We'll go with the blue check mark. I just realized because I kept looking at my spreadsheet and going, what am I missing? Something is missing from my spreadsheet. I didn't put the freaking landing spot team on there.
So now I am real happy I got to remember I'm in a couple leagues. In our league, I have Drew Lock. I'm pretty happy about that right now.
Yeah, no, that's huge for Lock. This
is a big win.
Big time.
I mean, you have Cortland Sutton he's a bona fide one. Dude's a stud. And now you add in Jerry Jeudy, who could easily be equal to Cortland Sutton in a year, too. Like the two of them could easily form, I think, the best wide receiver duo in the league in just a couple of years. Noah Fant at tight end, man. He's a stud coming up, a young, athletic playmaker.
Now you got
Gordon in the backfield?
Yeah. That's an offense.
Drew Lock is super intriguing. Where would you guys take him in a dynasty startup? I feel like no one values Drew Lock the way other, second-year quarterbacks like Daniel Jones, etc.
I might have. He was my first quarterback pick. I picked him in the 5th round.
5th, yeah, that's good value for Drew Lock.
I think I went Lock 5, Stafford 6, and I could have flip-flopped it, but I went with obviously the younger upside first. But that's probably, this probably bumps him up quite a bit if you're doing a startup after the draft. I bet you he might go a tad earlier.
I'd buy that.
Yeah, I would agree. Would definitely agree with that. This is a good move. I'm pretty excited. If you're a Broncos fan, look at what they had last year, right? Like the starting quarterback was Joe Flacco at week 1. You had Philip Lindsay, who was good, but let's not forget, undrafted guy. Like now you bring in these pieces. Noah Fant was still a question mark as a rookie. Deshaun Hamilton was their wide receiver too. Like a complete 180 for this offense. So if you're a Broncos fan, if you're invested in these guys in Dynasty, it's super intriguing for sure.
Yeah, I love that a lot. I think that's great for Jeudy in a landing spot to be in that offense, to have Sutton on the other side, to have Noah Fant. Great landing spot for Jeudy.
Yeah.
John, I got a question for you. I don't think it happens. I'm guessing you don't think it happens either. But what do you think the small possibility is that JT goes to Seattle?
He would die.
So here's the thing. Do I expect it? No. Is it within the personality of the people in charge to make that decision? Yes. So it could. I'd say there's like a 20% chance that it happens. 80% that they trade out. I don't think they're staying in that pick.
They have a tendency to do that, don't they? Don't they trade down
trade
quite
back
often?
Like every single year they trade down. Literally
it's
every
a good move though. Analytics say it's the right move.
It is. Well, and you're going to have teams, we were talking about it before we went live, you're going to have teams in the second round that are going to want to move up probably for a quarterback. Jalen Hurts or Jordan Love will probably be available there in the late first. For people like Seattle sitting at 27 and like the Colts have an early second round pick, I could absolutely see the Colts wanting to come up and take a project quarterback to sit behind Phillip Rivers for a year, and Seattle move down to the second, add maybe like a fourth or something like that on top of it, and probably still take a running back somewhere. So it could definitely happen.
Same thing Baltimore did, right? 2 years ago, Baltimore did that to get into the first.
Moved up to take Lamar at 32. Yeah.
We got a question, guys, coming in from Kai here. Kai's one of our writers over at redshirtsfantasyfootball.com. Will the Cowboys take CeeDee Lamb at 17? What do you guys think of him potentially as a trio with Cooper and Gallup?
So here's the thing. Jerry Jones is sitting in his bunker by himself in charge of making decisions and told the scouts not to bother him. So if
there's no rules, he's doing whatever he wants.
If Lamb is sitting there when he's in there, a guy that loves the athletic, jumping, playmaking wide receivers. He keeps referencing Michael Irvin from decades ago. It's entirely possible. Like, I think it would be dumb as hell to do, but it could happen.
It would not be the smartest move. Let's just put it that way.
The Cowboys GM is out of control. I think the owner needs to have a talk with him.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
That's not happening.
I don't think so. I mean, I think they have much bigger needs than wide receiver on that team.
Especially after the $100 million contract for Amari Cooper. They're well set with him and Gallup for several years.
That is spendy.
That's a lot of money.
So Levi, let's chat about some quarterbacks. We now have landing spots for Burrow and Tua, obviously Herbert as well. Who's your top ranked quarterback in this class?
It's got to be Joe Burrow. I mean, he's just so polished and just a really, really solid prospect. Now, with that said, I would have Tua as my number one quarterback, most likely, if there wasn't injury concerns. He just looks like a left-handed Drew Brees. He goes through his progressions so smoothly, makes all the right decisions. But I mean, it's hard to go against Burrow too when you throw 60 touchdown passes in a season. Like, I mean, you can't go wrong really there. So I think Burrow will obviously be the consensus number one. If your name isn't John Helmkamp, he's probably the 1.1 in rookie Superflex rookie drafts most of the time. My guess is Tua. I don't know. I could definitely see a lot of people taking him at the 1.2. I could also see people taking Taylor or even Swift above him if they go to good spots. But yeah, I think right now it's definitely Burrow. And then injuries aside, I would go Tua over Herbert. I think Herbert can be a solid starting quarterback. I just don't see a great starting quarterback in Herbert.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That's I think that's close to what most people consider to be the consensus is that 1, 2, 3 there. Here on Red Shirts, personally, I have Tua as my one. John also agrees. I know Okada does as well. So we are.
It was really close for me. That was a tough one, but I did put him honestly up there.
I'd be happy with either. If I was a dynasty owner drafting one of those guys, I would be super intrigued. In the league that we all play in together, I have the 103. I know who's going 101 because John has it. So
yeah, boy.
I'll get potentially one of the other quarterbacks. Whoever gets taken at 1.02, I'll probably just have that guy fall into my lap. So yeah, I'm super excited to have one of those quarterbacks in Dynasty. The Falcons pick is in, or just waiting a few minutes here for that to come through.
I'll say, I guess the only one that would be kind of outside of chalk rankings would be, at least as far as draft position goes, is most likely Hurts is probably going to be the 5th quarterback drafted. And if he goes somewhere even remotely good, he's probably my quarterback 3. I think I would take him ahead of Herbert. I'd definitely take him ahead of Love. So yeah, right. Depending on landing spot, unless he goes somewhere where he's just going to be buried for at least 2 to 3 years, he'd be my quarterback 3.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I think as far as being able to project him for fantasy as well.
K'Lavon Chasen might be an interesting pick here for the Falcons.
He's been mocked there a ton.
Yeah,
I think that makes perfect sense.
Oh, I got it. If you guys want me to break it here,
Let's do it.
AJ Terrell.
What?
Cornerback. Yeah, my cornerback.
We talked about them wanting to get Henderson earlier. They take Terrell. I don't know. It kind of feels early. But at this point, if no one's willing to come up and take him, I guess you got to take your guy.
I was doing mocks,
I guess.
trying to figure out what cornerbacks would go where, and like after obviously Okudah and then Henderson, like there were so many people that were all over the board on who the third cornerback was going to be off the board. So interesting to see him go at 16. That seems a little early.
It does.
It seems early.
I guess it's just different, right? Like, if this was a normal draft, would they have been able to move out easier with like the technology concerns and all that stuff going on? I don't know if they would have taken him there unless they obviously were kind of forced, in that sort of scenario. But yeah, man, CeeDee Lamb keeps falling. If you would have told me CeeDee Lamb made it past pick 16, I would have said you are an idiot.
I am a little shooketh.
This is unreal
right now that CeeDee Lamb is still
his over under in the books was up to 11.5.
11.5, right? Yeah.
So yeah, this is definitely a slide for CD. Man,
so Okada wants us to. He has a question that he's posing to us to discuss. In the next 2 years, what is the highest rank that Drew Lock can reach in Superflex leagues?
That's a great question.
Like if he just absolutely balls out, I could see him possibly at quarterback 4.
Damn.
I don't think he. I don't think he gets to quarterback 4. But if we're asking what's the possible highest he could get, I don't think he's going to move past the top 2. And then Kyler has quite the supporting cast there. So I mean, if you're talking about if he plays as well as he possibly can with that pretty darn good offense, you could see maybe quarterback 4. I could definitely, realistically, I could see him moving in as a top 10 quarterback this year.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue. And there's other teams, obviously, that have great, skill positions. But you could argue he has a top 3 skill position set in Dynasty, especially given how young these guys are. Noah Fant in year 2, Courtland Sutton in year 3, Jerry Jeudy as a rookie. Drew Lock is only in his second season as well. So am I completely sold on him as a prospect and as a player at the NFL level? Not yet. But is the ceiling there for him to reach top 5 in Dynasty? Yeah, there is, especially when you consider what they have on the roster. So that's super intriguing. John, what's your answer to that question?
The talent around him is clearly there now. I mean, they've got a stacked core of position players. Really good across the board with adding Jerry Jeudy in there. I mean, Jeudy, Sutton, Fant. That is a young, stoked about core of players. I don't know that I don't know that he can reach as high as what's being said. I think he could be a back end quarterback 1.
That's what I'm saying. Let me clarify.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's going to finish.
Probably the ceiling.
I'm not saying he's going to finish quarterback 4. But the way Okada was making it sound like what's the best possible, I may be up there. Like you said, I think back in quarterback 1, so you're right around 10 to 12 is definitely feasible for him.
I think that's totally feasible. I think that his ceiling for me is somewhere around like a quarterback 8. Like, I don't think that he's a top end quarterback 1 type of player. I think that he's got the weapons around him to be completely serviceable and has the potential to reach quarterback 1 status. I still don't want him as a quarterback 1. I want him as a quarterback 2 for this year. Why did my TV just decided to crash? But yeah, I think he's a solid quarterback 2 option at this point this year. And if you've already done startups like we did and you landed him, you're stoked about him getting Jerry Jeudy at his disposal.
Yeah. I just looked at one of my rosters on my phone. I forgot I owned Drew Lock. I had him on my taxi squad, which is
nice,
super exciting. It's like a little bonus gift there.
$20 in your pocket when it comes out of the dryer. You're like, oh,
exactly.
That's fantastic that I found this.
Yeah, I pair him on a roster with Josh Allen, so I'm super excited about those two together. Young, mobile quarterbacks with a lot of upside. So yeah, that's a good question there from Okada. I'd love to hear from anyone in the chat right now or in the live stream what your thoughts are on Jeudy in Denver, potentially where you could see Drew Lock at his ceiling. What do you guys think this does for Courtland Sutton as far as his dynasty value? Benefits, pretty neutral, downgrade. What do you think?
That's interesting. I was really hoping that it was going to be Ruggs here. For the sake of the rest of the offense and for Sutton's value, I really wanted it to be Ruggs, just a deep burner on the other side that was going to loosen up coverage. But Jeudy, like, they suddenly find themselves in a weird position where they potentially have two alpha dogs. And that's interesting in terms of how they're going to do that and support that. Is it going to be like 1 week we really like this player's matchup and he gets a ton of targets, and then the next it's the other guy? I don't know. It does concern me a little bit for Sutton in terms of like week in, week out consistency. Unless this offense just decides to go bonkers and support two top 12 fantasy wide receivers. But I think that Sutton still has the upper hand. He's more polished, like in the league, like more experienced, not more polished. Jeudy is a ridiculously polished wide receiver. But he has more experience in the league. He's got a bigger frame. I think that he's going to be the one that has more immediate value, but Jeudy could really carve out in that in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
What would you do if you didn't own Sutton? Are you taking this as like a buying opportunity? Like someone else might be super worried about him?
Potentially, yeah.
I guess if you're playing with good owners, I don't think they're probably going to sell them at a discount. I guess it's always worth a feeler. Hey, Alexa, you can sell me Sutton if you want to. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it really hurts or helps him. He was obviously the one beforehand. He's still going to be the one now, but you just add another playmaker to the offense. So to me, it more, I guess, hurts the potential for Fant. Because I would have thought going into this season that Fant might turn into the number 2 passing option. Oh no!
Oh no! Did they just take CeeDee Lamb?
Yes.
No.
What?
Are you kidding me?
Oh, there goes my Gallup shares. Good night.
No. Not only do I not get CeeDee Lamb on the Eagles,
he's in your division now.
Come on, Dak Prescott. Hello.
Hey, do you remember when
my God.
Remember when I was rejoicing that I drafted Drew Lock in our league? Yeah, I also have Michael Gallup.
Oh yeah, that's not great.
Hey, remember when I said that Jerry could just go completely rogue in a bunker by himself?
Holy crap! I don't even know what to say. I am dumbfounded by this pick. We just said 4 minutes ago, like, there's no way they're taking a CeeDee Lamb here. They don't need him. Wow. I mean, you tell me you get Dak Prescott.
Dak's got some serious weapons
now. You get freaking Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and Michael Gallup. That is unreal.
Hey,
Dak Prescott, quarterback. Okay.
Jeez, yeah. There was a point when there was that possibility that Cooper might get traded or whatnot, and Gallup might be the wide receiver 1 on the Cowboys. He's now the wide receiver 3 on his own team.
Yeah, that was a huge hit for him.
What does that do for Lamb though? Does Lamb?
Whoa, I don't know what to do with this.
Lamb's not wide receiver 1 anymore, is he?
I don't think so. I think it's still Amari's role as 1 for a season.
I'm in rookie drafts. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay. Wow. I mean, considering those landing spots, right? We have Ruggs in Vegas. We have Jeudy in Denver. We have Lamb in Dallas. I don't really love any of those spots for like a rookie to produce this year.
Agreed.
But if you're telling me that I get to pick out of those 3,
Jeudy,
right?
I would take Jeudy. Yeah, I think Judy's going to move above Lamb as my 1, who I had as my 1 easily going into this for fantasy.
I did too.
That's with Cooper there on the deal that he just signed. That's tough. That's tough for Lamb's upside.
Wow.
Fellas, okay. I'm shocked.
I'm stunned.
Okay.
I am
What?
I am shooketh.
Jeez, leave it to Jerry.
Leave it to effing Jerry Jones, man. Like, seriously, Jerry? Really? You didn't need it at all. At all. This is so bad for fantasy.
Like,
all
Miami-
around.
Jerry, why you do this? Why you do this?
Why you do this?
Miami was probably in the market, possibly for a wide receiver. So you got to think teams had to have been thinking if they wanted Lamb to move up to 17 or 18. But nobody thought the Cowboys were going to take him.
That's crazy, man.
I'm stunned and upset. I don't like this at all. I don't like it for anybody except Dak. Like, it's great for Dak. CeeDee Lamb's ceiling just got shattered in an offense with Amari Cooper on fat money. I don't. CeeDee is a alpha dog. Could be a top end producing wide receiver with yards after the catch ability. I hate this so much.
John's so sad. I genuinely feel like we just got something taken away from us.
I feel so
right?
bad. Like I'm grieving. I'm like literally grieving this draft pick.
I'm honestly trying to think where Lamb falls in rookie drafts. Like, this has to drop at least 1 or 2 spots.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you're telling me that you're going to take in Superflex, if you have the 2 quarterbacks, presumably there's going to be some awesome landing spots for running backs. I was saying before the draft started, like, CeeDee Lamb probably deserved consideration in single quarterback leagues at 1.01. He deserved consideration at like 1.02, 1.03 in Superflex. I mean, there's no way that I would take that investment now with this landing spot. Shout out to a good friend of the show, Nate Hamilton. How you feeling, Betts? Nate, I'm not feeling great at all. Thank you very much.
Not great,
I'm feeling quite terrible, and I feel like someone just ripped my heart out of my chest. Because
it's really weird because I'm actually mad. Like, I'm actually upset right now that just happened.
Man. I don't know, man.
Oh, that's a lot to process.
It is a lot to process. But we just had the conversation. Yeah. With Drew Lock moving up as a potential to reach a ceiling of top 5, maybe quarterback, easily could be back end QB1. I mean, Dak Prescott with this skill set could reach what, QB2 in Dynasty?
Yeah.
Boy, yeah, it'd be tough to pass the top 2. I think those are kind of cemented, but with a good year, I don't see why not. You're looking at, I'll bet tight end position on that team isn't fantastic. Other than that, Zeke and those 3 wide receivers, that's a top tier weaponry on an offense. So I could definitely see him getting close to it for sure. I think he's already probably, what is he, quarterback 4 or 5 in Dynasty?
Yeah, I think we have him as our consensus 4, I believe, on the site.
I think I'm keeping him there. I'm keeping him there.
Below Kyler. Kyler's your 3?
Kyler's my 3.
Yeah, I mean, he was 4 before he had CeeDee Lamb. There's a definite argument for him to be quarterback 3.
For sure.
But we have to consider the fact that rushing means so much. And can Dak run the ball? Yes, he can. But I think we project Kyler to probably rush more, or at least have the ceiling to rush more. So, yeah, I think I'll probably keep him at 4. Maybe I'll bump him up to 3. We'll see kind of how the projections shake out. But, man, if you're a Dak Prescott owner, you are absolutely thrilled right now for what's going on. Unreal.
Man, that's a bummer. I traded Derrick Henry away in a league this offseason, essentially for Amari Cooper, and like a pick, and now I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see.
John looks dumbfounded over there.
I don't understand it. I don't know why you would do it as a GM, because Jerry is a fuck. I said there was a chance too.
You did. You cursed it
out. Oh man.
We have a question from from Fantasy Go NFL on Twitter. Of course, this is the sponsor of tonight's show, Fantasy Go. Shout out to David. What's up, dude? He says this has got to be the first year running back hasn't gone in the top half of the draft. Does JT or DeAndre Swift go tonight? There actually isn't a super common trend for the running backs to go like early in the draft. It seems more normal than not because we've had Christian McCaffrey, we've had Saquon Barkley, we've had Zeke. But even before those guys, it's kind of unheard of. What do you guys think? Do we see JT or Swift come off the board tonight?
This is similar to how it was last year. I think Jacobs was the first running back off the board, wasn't he?
Yep. Yeah, pick like 28 or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was mid-20s or something like that. So answer would be no. I don't think we see a running back. John is
texting us right now. So
I know he is.
John can't form any words right now.
I'm beyond mad. Anyways,
Dolphins went offensive line here. The big boy from USC.
Good. O-line for Tua makes sense. Yep.
Invest into a fifth and take an offensive lineman to protect him at 18.
Although maybe DeAndre Swift in the late first.
Their left tackle is essentially their right tackle, so I don't know who their right tackle is. I wonder if they move this guy to the other side.
Yep. Could be. Yeah, in terms of running back, I'd say there's like a 20% chance that a running back gets drafted late in the first, but there's actually a pretty long track record of not having running backs get drafted in the first round. Occasionally it does happen, and it seems to have happened more recently than not. There was a good spell there for a while where there weren't any first round running backs taken for like 6 years or something like that.
Really? So what years was that?
Before Gurley. So wow. 2015, wasn't that?
That's crazy.
What year was that draft class? I think that was 2015 draft class.
Yeah.
For Gurley?
Yeah. 15 or 16? 15? I think before 15, there was a stretch without running backs drafted in the first round, if I remember right. And because this class is so deep at the running back position, and I don't know why they didn't view Jonathan Taylor as like an Ezekiel Elliott, Saquon Barkley that should go in the early first round because he's that talent to me. But I think everyone's basically just saying this is a really loaded and deep draft class, and we're going to address other positions in the first. And then I said it early, I think there's going to be a really big round 2 running back run of like 4 to 5 running backs that go in like a 10 to 12 pick range. So we'll see what happens, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's not a running back taken tonight.
Yeah, I was having that same conversation, John, with my league before I hopped on here. Of I believe the same thing, and I know you're the running back whisperer. But JT, honestly, to me, is as good a prospect as Leonard Fournette was. Pretty close to Zeke. Yeah, pretty close to Zeke. I don't know if he's quite Saquon, but I mean, right up there. And all those guys went top 10. As good, he's as good or better than Melvin Gordon was. And all these guys went close to top 10 or top 10. And I think it not only shows the deep class, but also just how much teams devalue the position now. Like they know that they can get a top tier guy at the top of the second round because there's so many other positions that matter more in football right now. So yeah, it's crazy to kind of see the trend keep getting less and less valuable for running backs.
Definitely. We have another question here from Kai. Kai, I don't know, man. I can't answer this question. I feel like I'm so sad. Now that Lamb is gone, he says, who do you want Philly to take if it's a wide receiver? I would still be really excited if it was Justin Jefferson here at 21.
Absolutely.
Really good player. A sure-handed slot receiver who is not afraid to go across the middle, makes contested catches. 111 receptions last year at LSU is absolutely unreal. So I'm still really excited to get him. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little disappointed because if you would have told me 2 hours ago that CeeDee Lamb was going to fall into the late teens, I would be like, wow, there's a chance they're going to get him. Okay, this is great. But all along, the mocks have shown Justin Jefferson to the Eagles at 21, and I've been excited about that. That won't change if they take him.
You should be.
Yeah, I'm super excited if they take Jefferson. We will see.
Or Ayuk.
They won't take
it's-
Ayuk at 21.
No, not that high, but I'm just saying, like, if you're not going to get a receiver here at 21, which I think it could be Justin Jefferson, I think it should be. If not, there's so many receivers that are going to be available on day 2 that I think will fit really nicely with Philly as well. So I
Agreed.
agree with you. It should be Justin Jefferson at 21, though, if I'm Philly.
Yeah, and there's also a scenario too where if they don't love that fit, I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying I haven't read anything, but just if they don't love the Jefferson fit, then they could potentially go linebacker. That's a huge need for the Eagles, and then just trade out and try to get someone later. So we'll see here. Vegas' pick is in.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who it is. They got to go secondary here, would be my guess. A safety, possibly.
They put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020.
Come on, speed it up.
Well, they just announced, but he misspoke. But they're hosting next year's draft in Vegas. They pushed everyone back a year to give Vegas another chance. But he said, we're happy to announce that you'll host the 2020 NFL draft. That's what we're doing right now, bro.
Damon Arnett. He's like interesting.
That's way earlier than he was projected to go.
Yeah.
Way.
It was like he was like cornerback 7 or 8, 9.
It's kind of interesting too, like with Vegas, I feel like they don't care about where someone should be valued, right? We saw them last year take
They don't at all.
what's his name?
Mayock does not care
Cleveland
at
Carroll.
all.
Yeah, at number
At 4. And everyone was like, you could have got him 12 picks later. Like, what are you doing? But you know, Mayock loves his guys, and if he has a guy, then he's pretty locked in on it. So it's interesting. Jacksonville up next, guys. Is Justin Jefferson going to go here to Jacksonville, and my heart's going to ripped out twice in one night?
Honestly, possibly.
Is that about to happen? Because I was just thinking about who they went with at their first pick. They did not take wide receiver. They need wide receiver. If he goes here, Levi, you're taking over, man. I'm off the show.
Yeah, they definitely could.
Oh, man. I'm still reeling. I'm tilting hard.
I genuinely feel so sad.
I'm very sad because he deserves to go to a situation where he would get a heavy market share. And it didn't happen. So,
All right, before I hop out of here, where do you guys think Jordan Love lands at? In the Saints at 24, do you think they pick him that early?
I don't know if they do, because my thought process with the Saints is they know this is the end of Drew Brees. Now, that could be said, okay, well, why don't you take a quarterback? They know they got to do everything they can right now to win that Super Bowl. And obviously, if they take Jordan Love, that would not contribute to that for this season in 2020. So I think they take a piece that either helps them on defense, helps them on the line, etc. I think it's a good fit, though. I would like to see him develop behind Drew Brees as the heir apparent. Obviously, it's not Taysom Hill. The other obvious fit, I would say, is probably in Indy with the Colts.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I think that's the lock fit for me would be to the Colts. Like I said, potentially moving up into the late first somewhere to snag him.
Yeah, I think Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen could make some sense for the Saints at 24.
Yep.
Yeah, those linebackers are nasty, man. They're going to be high caliber players for years. Both those guys.
All right, fellas. Well, I'll jump out. I'll leave you guys be. Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy. Hey, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely, dude. Yeah, man. Let the people know one more time where to find you.
Okay. It's at Levi Chappell on Twitter. And then go check out Dynasty League Football right now. We got a lot of writers over there, and we're putting out tons and tons of draft content. And there's going to be a ton more, lots of rookie profiles and all the landing spots, all that sort of stuff. So check it out on Dynasty League Football.
Absolutely. All right, brother.
See you guys.
All right, man.
See you, man. All right. So, John, after the Jaguars pick, we will take another short break after 20, and then we'll come back. So we'll discuss Jacksonville, and then we'll take a short break.
Sounds good. Boy, I hope this is not Justin Jefferson for you.
I honestly might die if it is.
Oh man. Only one trade, and it was to move one spot.
Yeah, interesting. It's been. I mean, normally I feel like we see at least 3 or 4 by now.
Something like that. No. Pick is in.
The pick is in.
Damn it, Jerry.
Damn it, Jerry. You ruined everything. Oh, Nate absolutely trolling me in the comments here with this Justin Jefferson nonsense.
Oh, well, what else is Nate good for?
I mean, hey, I would enjoy Justin Jefferson on the Eagles.
I
think
would
he's a
too.
great fit.
We've talked about that a lot.
With Alshon, and you pair him up year 1 right away as a starter in the slot. Big upgrade for Wentz if he goes there. But if Jacksonville takes him from us, what else is there to live for? I'd be so sad. Todd has a great point here. He wants our thoughts. He says the Lamb pick could have been somewhat of a block against the Eagles. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that Dallas Goedert was taken right before Dallas as a way to block them when they needed someone with Jason Witten retiring. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it had something to do with that. Obviously, the two teams are rivals. I still can't believe it.
And they're not gonna be able to trade Amari Cooper with this contract.
No, I don't think so either.
Like, he's in camp there. I'm so sad for CeeDee Lamb.
Dude, you and me both. In our league that we play in together, I was saying I have the 103. I also had the 105, and there was kind of this voice in the back of my head that said, if CD falls to 5, you take him. And that was assuming this was not happening. Now I don't even know what to think. I don't even know what to feel. I don't know what to say.
I don't even know how far. I mean, would you take CD with the 1.08?
I probably would at that point.
It's still
you have to wait on it. You have to see what happens. We have a question here. If Jefferson goes to Philly, does he move ahead of Lamb in your rookie mocks, in your rookie ranks? That's a really tough question to answer.
You're hurting my heart. Yeah, he does for me.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I think the volume opportunity is there. I think that Wentz is a good quarterback that needs more talented playmakers around him. I think that Jefferson is a really good wide receiver prospect. I like him a lot. And CeeDee Lamb is my favorite wide receiver in this class, but he's not going to get the target volume. There's no way. They can't spread it around enough to everybody to sustain everyone. And that is killing me right now. Like, I'm legit mourning. It's like he died.
Yeah, it's a bummer. So this is a classic scenario of how much do you value the talent and how much do you value the landing spot. Now, with that being said, CeeDee Lamb is a tier above Justin Jefferson from a talent perspective. I think we can agree on that. But at some point, it matters where these guys go. And if you're telling me Justin Jefferson gets to be Carson Wentz's wide receiver 1 for the next decade, then that matters a lot. And so I would have to consider it very strongly. Right now, I would still have CeeDee Lamb just kind of because I haven't processed the information enough above Justin Jefferson, assuming that's what happens. But man, if you're not getting the targets, it might not matter. So it's super, super intriguing. We'll see what happens here with the Jacksonville
pick. Is in. I'm praying for you, buddy.
All right. Woo, we survived.
Okay, that makes sense.
Chase on out of LSU, outside linebacker. Really good player. So we have a follow-up question to that, John, from Todd. Wants to know, does this make Jeudy the wide receiver 1 in your rookie draft?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Jeudy is my wide receiver 1 in the rookie rankings. Philly is on the clock. It's got to be Jefferson to me.
It's got to be Jefferson.
It's got to be, and I'd feel really happy about that for you and for Jefferson. If Jefferson, Nate, it's either Seattle or none tonight. Is the answer to that question? It's Seattle or none. And I'm not even saying that they should. I want them to take Jonathan Taylor, but we'll see what happens. There's still a lot of really good pass rush available, which they need. Yetur Gross-Matos is up there. There's still a lot of options. But I think right now, like, gut reaction to rookie wide receiver rankings is if Justin Jefferson goes here. If Justin Jefferson, well, I don't even know. It's too early for me to say.
We'll get all this information adjusted.
We'll get there like tomorrow.
Site.
Tomorrow we'll have a pretty clear picture of the top like 5 to 10 wide receivers in the rookie class. But I will say that Jerry Jeudy is the one for me.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I can say that with pretty high confidence right now at this stage. I agree though, man. It's tough because both these guys, not even just Lamb. We also have to consider Jerry Jeudy's ceiling is capped a little bit with Courtland Sutton there and Noah Fant. So I think both these receivers landed in spots that are less than ideal for fantasy. But I would agree. I think as of now, I'm going to have Jeudy as my one above Lamb, given the landing spot. But it's tough. We'll have full rookie rankings on the site as of Monday. Coming up after everything's settled, after all the landing spots are decided. We look at the data a little bit more, and we'll kind of go from there. John, let's get the Eagles pick in here in 2 minutes, and let's take a 60-second break. We'll pause, and then we'll come right back for Minnesota at pick 22.
Sounds good. Or actually, do we want to take a break, or do we want to have a friend just jump in?
Yes, let's get the Eagles pick. Let's take a short break, and let's have our friend join us on the show.
Sounds good. All right, Howie. Let's go, buddy.
I'm surprised. Howie, what? Oh, no. Okada's texting us right now. Yeah. Is it not Justin Jefferson? It can't be. It's not. It's probably not.
Stop it. You're psyching yourself out. It's got to be.
It's got to be.
It's got to be. It's got to be.
They're rudely showing. I'm so nervous. They are rudely showing the wide receiver depth chart right now.
I know, which is non-existent.
Get out of here. We know. Oh, who is it? You don't think it's Jalen Reagor?
I would love it. I'd be fine with that. Any of the wide receivers on the board right now should be in play here. Like, Reagor is probably.
Here's my thing.
Reagor was
if you're gonna take Reagor, why not just wait?
Justin's on the phone. Justin's on the phone.
Come on, baby.
Come on. Oh, what a suit too. JJ's on the phone. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go.
Come on.
Michael Irvin, get off the TV. Let him not the pick.
Just shut up. Get the pick in.
I'm so nervous.
Come on, JJ. Let's go. Oh, stop talking and let the pick happen. Although Mama looks really happy. I think it's happening.
You think it's happening?
Mama was really excited for Justin Jefferson. So I'm thinking it's happening here, buddy.
Oh, my God. It's not.
It's not?
Jalen Reagor.
It's Reagor? Ooh, spicy. Spicy. Dude, I don't hate that at all.
I don't know what to feel, John.
I had Reagor at my 3.
I have no idea what to do.
I had Rager as my 3 and Jefferson as my 4 in the ranks going into the draft.
Hey,
I think that Rager is awesome and more explosive. Great leaper, really good ability to track the ball in the air. Dude. Wow. Wow.
Before we announce Eagles selection, I want to personally thank our fans for your contributions to the
Man.
Hey, I like it.
Hey, we were pro Jalen Reagor
I'm big team
for
Rager.
a while. I think he's a
been.
great player. I also think Justin Jefferson fit better. So I'm kind of bummed because Jefferson is he's just sure. Like Reagor has more upside, I think. But Jalen Reagor is a little bit more of a minor question mark. I think Justin Jefferson is more of the sure thing. I think Reagor has more upside. So I'm intrigued. They love speed in Philly. That's why they brought Deshaun Jackson back. That's why they brought in these guys to try to stretch the field. So I think Reagor is a great fit for that.
Hey, Team Reg, man. Let's go.
Hey, if you're talking about this season, this is a huge arrow up for Zach Ertz. They're going to have him just open up the middle of the field, and Carson Wentz is going to find him over and over and over again. So, man,
good for
Jalen. Hey, your boy, under 32.5 hits. So I'm happy about that.
All the way up to pick 21.
Yeah, that's
wow.
That's surprising to say the least, as far as his landing spot there. Jalen Reagor, I will be getting your jersey soon.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will.
All right, man. Let's take a short break. We're going to come back in 60 seconds. We will have a new friend joining us on the show. We will be back in 60 seconds.
Okay.
And welcome back. I still have no feelings as of this point in time, but we have a good friend of the show on with us tonight. Stepmom Lauren Carpenter, my fellow writer over at the Fantasy Footballers. Lauren, what is up?
Hey, my eyeballs are like bleeding. Not really. That would be bad, but it feels like it. This is crazy. Hold on. I have a question. The Philadelphia Eagles selected Jalen Reagor. Reagor? What? Why?
Yeah,
Reagor.
Because Rager's
Why?
a baller.
He's a beast. He
good.
is underrated as a prospect, and I certainly would have preferred Justin Jefferson to land with my Eagles, but Jalen Reagor is a dude who is underrated, played in a terrible offense at TCU, and is an absolute athletic freak. So I'm intrigued to see what they do with him there. I don't think that's what anyone was projecting. His over-under was 32.5, so I don't think many people saw him going that high. But
I saw Justin Jefferson still on the board, and I was like, "What?"
First thing you're talking, you're like, "It's gotta be
Ruggs
Jefferson."
was the first wide receiver off the board, so this whole thing has been what?
Yeah, it's been wild.
Yes, and I am still wearing the same shirt as from earlier.
Yeah,
that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
I do have my empty handle of Tito's ready and waiting for my towel to be my foam roller in order to stretch out my back.
Perfect.
Yeah.
If anyone is watching the live stream and has no idea what the hell we're talking about,
I know. Yeah.
Lauren called today asking for help with dealing with a little bit of neck and shoulder pain. So I gave her some
I didn't know it was neck though. Beth had to tell me, he's like, "No, it's not your damn shoulder. Shut up. It's your neck." I'm like, "Oh wow, you are real smart."
I asked if she had a foam roller. She said no, but I have an empty bottle of Tito's. Very on brand for her. So that'll work.
Perfect. Yeah,
Lauren, let
back a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. Let the people know more about you. So let us know kind of where we can find your work. Let them know where to find you on Twitter.
Well, as you said, I am a fellow writer for the Fantasy Footballers. I'm very consistent. Stepmom Lauren, Lauren. You can find me. I have my own website, stepmomlauren.com. I'm hopefully still above the Pornhub Stepmom Lauren, which is not me. So just to be safe, if you're around family or children, just go ahead and type in stepmomlauren.com. I put all my podcasts that I am lucky enough to be a guest on up there. All my articles are going to be up there. Right now, actually, for the Fantasy Footballers, I'm working on a wide receiver landing spot article, which is going to be coming out depending on how the draft shakes out. Either one will be out tomorrow, or there will be one out Saturday, or two out Saturday, depending on what goes on in this crazy draft that we are dealing with right now. So you can find my work at thefantasyfootballers.com. You can also find it, like I said, on my website. I'm all over social media, guys, at Stepmom Lauren. It's pretty solid, consistent, just right across the board. There's no fantasy football in there at all, just Stepmom Lauren.
So speaking of this crazy draft that we're in, Schefter
I can't hear John.
Can't hear me?
No. Can you hear him, Bets?
I can hear you.
Can you hear John?
I can hear both of you.
Oh, I can't hear John.
Why
don't you say it to Bets and then Bets say it to me?
It'll be like telephone. We'll just whisper.
Yeah, and we'll see how badly we
New England is trading the next pick, 23rd overall, to the Chargers, who gave up a second and a third to move up to this pick.
Am I literally Lauren right now?
I can't hear him. I swear to God.
Hold on. Let me take you out of the stream real quick, Lauren, and then I'll add you back in and see if that helps. Okay, you can hear me, John, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you.
And you got me? Okay. Hi. Can you hear me?
I still can't hear John.
Hold on.
That is bizarre.
Do you want me to go out and then go back in?
Hello.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
Yay! Oh my God! Hi.
Oh, hi!
Okay, perfect.
I am so sorry.
I was worried there for a second.
Hey, girl, hey. So what I was saying before our technical issues, New England is trading their next pick to the Chargers, who give up a second and a third to move up to 23rd overall.
Oh my God! Wait, who did the Vikings take?
They just took Justin Jefferson, who should be on the Eagles roster.
Hold on, I have to take notes on these. I have an article due.
I've got a spreadsheet. I'll send it to you.
Oh, enough said.
I got you.
Perfect. What do you guys think? Justin Jefferson landing with Minnesota. I like it. I like Jefferson a lot. We talked about him with the Eagles. Obviously, Stephon Diggs vacates a ton of targets. Yeah. Justin Jefferson caught 111 footballs in college. So perfect fit, I think, to complement Adam Thielen. And obviously great news for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
big volume opportunity for sure for Jefferson. I love that fit. I think that's fantastic. So our first 5 wide receivers off the board: Henry Ruggs at 12 to the Raiders, Jerry Jeudy at 15 to Denver, CeeDee Lamb at 17 to Dallas.
Don't say it.
Jalen Reagor at 21 to Philly, Justin Jefferson at 22 to Minnesota.
The one I think is the most intriguing to me so far, as a Mizzou girl, I love Drew Lock. And I've heard some people, comment about how this is bad for Cortland Sutton. I don't see how this is bad for Cortland Sutton. Add another weapon on that wide receiving core, and you have someone to distract for Cortland Sutton. I love that landing spot for him. I think that's going to be fascinating. And I likewise really like Justin Jefferson for the Vikings. Diggs is gone. I think this is going to be great for Adam Thielen. It's going to be awesome for Kirk Cousins. I feel like I'm just repeating everything that Beth's just said, but he's smart, so I'll just repeat it because, I want to be smart too. I like it. The one that just has me head scratching is Jalen Reagor, but I just don't know enough about him. But Beth, you do. So if you think it's a good fit for Philly, that's awesome. I really thought they were going to take Justin Jefferson there. That's a little surprise for me.
I did too. I have Justin Jefferson ranked higher in my rankings heading into the draft than Jalen Reagor, but I still like Jalen Reagor a lot. He's a tricky prospect to evaluate because the ceiling is immense. It's way higher than someone like Justin Jefferson, who is going to be, I think, a perfect number 2 in this league. Perfect number 2. Yeah. Can catch the football, works out of the slot, etc. But Jalen Reagor profiles as that guy that's a speedster on the outside. He was supposed to run in the 4.2s, kind of up there with Henry Ruggs. Put on a ton of weight before the combine, so he ran way slower than people thought he was going to.
And
comes out at a pro day, trims down, runs a 4.29? Yeah, 4.29. So blazing speed. The Eagles have always valued that type of deep threat receiver, so I think this fits perfectly for what they want to do. I think this benefits Zach Ertz a ton because you have Deshaun Jackson, who, when healthy, stretches the defense. I mean, granted, it's 6 games.
Absolutely.
Jalen Reagor coming in to do the exact same thing. Alshon Jeffrey's kind of that possession guy. Zach Ertz is going to absolutely dominate again this year for fantasy.
Yeah.
So
I do kind of worry though. With
Reagor can also jump out of the building too. I was just saying, Reagor can jump out of the building. His ability to leap and win contested catches for a speed guy is phenomenal. Like so many sideline catches that he adjusts in the air and dominates. So he's more than just a burner. He's got fantastic hands, great athleticism, can jump like crazy. He's the skill set player. Like everyone wants to compare Henry Ruggs to Tyreek Hill. Jalen Reagor fits Tyreek Hill's mold better than Henry Ruggs does. Like he's more versatile, can jump better, is more physical, and has really, really fast speed. Like not quite Henry Ruggs, like one notch below, but still really fast speed.
That's awesome. Again, I just don't know much about him. But one thing are you guys concerned with Justin Jefferson? I know you said it's a good compliment for Adam Thielen, but I mean, Justin Jefferson had a lot of his production out of the slot when in 2019. So is that going to be an issue for Adam Thielen? Is that going to be competition for Adam Thielen? Or is that going to allow Adam Thielen to be more opened up because the defenses are going to be confused as to who to cover? So that's going to be a little interesting for me to see this year, 2020. Next season? Is that the right way to say it? I don't know. This is probably Tito's.
This is probably
Tito's. I love that you have that.
That's a great question.
I know,
because
I can't take credit for it though. It was given to me. It was a great gift.
That is a great question. I personally think this helps Adam Thielen because Justin Jefferson he profiles.
Chargers?
What?
Did I
can't do that.
They put the name up early. No, like they put the name up early and then they took it away. And I want to make sure it was the right thing.
Ooh, Kenneth Murray. Linebacker out of Oklahoma.
They put Jordan Love up on the screen.
I saw that. I think they panned to him for a second and then moved away.
I thought they were thinking that's what the pick was going to be.
I have a creature. Hi, honey.
Kenneth Murray.
Yeah. It would have made no sense. They took Justin Herbert. I was really confused. That's a great pick. Kenneth Murray, that's a deep fall for him. I think it's way later than people thought he would go.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good value.
I agree. I did like Kenneth Murray a lot.
Yeah, he's solid. But back to Minnesota, I think with Adam Thielen, this helps him. I think Justin Jefferson, even though he profiles as a slot receiver, did work on the outside a bit at LSU. It wasn't his primary lineup position, but he can do it. And so if Adam Thielen still kind of slowly migrates into the slot more, obviously at playing at age 30 compared to Jefferson, I think it might take Jefferson a little bit of time to kind of adjust to the outside at the NFL level. But I think that it makes even more of an argument for Thielen this year. So I'm still really intrigued by Adam Thielen this year, not only in redraft, but certainly buying him as a contender in Dynasty.
I'm a Thielen truther. I love him. So if it helps him, I mean, even just in regular football, heck yeah. I like Thielen a lot. But of course, I'm mostly concerned for fantasy, let's be honest.
Hold on.
Oh, I can't do that.
Oh, it's not really football. It's sad, but Dak Prescott's brother, Jace, passed away today.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible.
It's terrible.
From what?
I'm looking. It doesn't say. It's from Tom Pelissero and a statement from the Dallas Cowboys. Basically, just expressing sadness that he passed away. But it doesn't say what happened.
Wow, that's awful. Well,
that's really terrible.
Prayers out to them. Yeah.
I saw terrible news. The Cowboys announced that Dak ... And I was like, oh shoot. Did Dak get hurt in the offseason or something? So that's what I thought it was going to say. That's awful.
The Cowboys select Jordan Love.
Right. It was the next obviously, they trade up to 24 and take him.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
I still can't believe that CD happened. I'm so mad.
Yeah. So Lauren, you're writing the wide receiver landing spot article. What are your thoughts so far? Like, what's your favorite fit?
Honestly, I had an idea. This happens all the time. If anyone who's watching this and you want to be a fantasy football writer, analyst, no matter what happens in this industry, everything is going to change as soon as you start putting pen to paper or fingers to keyboard. It always changes, and it's so dynamic, ever developing. This is a really good example because I had all these kind of blurbs prepared, not necessarily where I thought they were going to go, but just their comps and their stats and just a little bit about them. But I did so much research on mock drafts, and I kind of had an idea of where they may go, a couple of teams here and there. But I tell you what, I had no idea that Henry Ruggs was going to be the first wide receiver off the board. I would have no idea that CeeDee Lamb would fall to the pick 17. What? And ahead of him was Jerry Jeudy. I mean, Jerry Jeudy's a player, don't get me wrong, but it's just not what I expected. So right now I'm kind of in like Frazzle mode where I'm like, I have to rethink everything that is important to me in my life right now.
What we've been doing for the last hour is going, what?
So it's crazy. It's crazy. You're like, what? And literally I do. I have what? See, what? What?
What?
Written
official
right
notes right there. I love it.
What? Yeah, I know. This is bad handwriting too. I actually have them all typed out. I think my favorite landing spot so far has been Henry Ruggs. And the reason why I think so is because I think that he is one of those underrated wide receivers like you were talking about and Jalen Reagor. He's short, but he came out and proved a point in the combine. He wants to make a statement. He didn't get above 744 receiving yards in his college career, but that doesn't mean that that's his ceiling. I like him. I like that he's scrappy. I like that he's with the Raiders. I really want to see where that develops with Derek Carr. I don't think there's too much competition for him to really make a statement and kind of do whatever it is that he can do and make a splash early, which in redraft and fantasy, that's what we want to see. So I do like him so far the best. I'm still just trying to wrap my head around all of this. And until this round one draft is over, I think I'm going to have to incubate and feel what the heck is going on. But that's what's fun about football, right? If we knew everything that was going to happen, it wouldn't be fun. I mean, losing sucks, but whatever. Like championships.
It makes winning better.
Garbage. It does make winning better. It certainly does. But I do like that. That one's the most interesting to me. Another one I want to dive into more would be this Justin Jefferson with the Vikings. I'm very curious to see how that's going to go. That's not going to happen in my article. These are just real brief little blurbs. But maybe something I explore later on in the offseason, really taking a look at what the offense could possibly look like. It's fascinating. It really is. And I love that there's been so many tackles taken. There's been defensive players taking. I mean, these teams are doing a really good job addressing some serious issues that they have. So there's that. And by the way, did I miss something? Where is Atlanta?
They already picked. They picked at 16.
Okay, who did they get?
Wasn't it K'Lavon Chaisson?
Yeah.
K'Lavon Chaisson.
So they did get K'Lavon Chaisson. Okay, so I was on a live stream with Ben Heisler with a whole bunch of people, and that was my pick for them was K'Lavon Chaisson. That makes me so happy right now. I totally missed that.
Oh wait, you did it.
You guys.
The one we were on yesterday. I remember you and K'Lavon.
Yeah, you crushed it.
K'Lavon Chaisson.
You nailed it. That was perfect.
I'm sorry. See, this is like my brain. I know, but
we're all the same. We're all like, wait, where have we been?
I take all the credit. I talked to Dan Quinn and I was like, who you taking? And he was like, listen, Bill, I'm taking that K'Lavon. And I was like, all right, cool. So I had insider knowledge. I did not lie. I totally made that up.
Actually,
that's so
guys?
cool. Yay.
We misspoke. It was not Chaisson. It was AJ Terrell.
Oh, dang it.
Sorry.
See, this is what happens because you get stuck and you say, oh, in my head, this is what's going to happen. And then you just, like, to me, Justin Jefferson is still an Eagle. So
my notes.
It's, you take time to develop these things. No, we apologize. Incorrect on that. Not K'Lavon Chaisson. AJ Terrell, the cornerback.
My ego there for a little
That's
bit.
right. They reached on the corner that we thought was going to be way lower.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the board. That's right. Huh.
Well.
Yeah. If I'm ranking these top 5 wide receiver spots so far, like gut reaction, if I'm ranking these 5, it would be Jerry Jeudy is my wide receiver 1. Jalen Reagor is my wide receiver 2.
Wow.
Jefferson is my wide receiver 3. CD is my wide receiver 4, and Ruggs is my wide receiver 5.
Wow.
Who do you guys think the Saints are going to go with right now?
This could be Jordan Love.
Jordan Love, I think it really could be. I would
be the heir apparent to Drew Brees.
I can't
Was
believe
he the one that got the props to Drew Brees? Did I hear that correctly?
Mostly Tua. Tua's been
Can I just say that, like, there are some really nice houses that are being shown on these live streams, but Bruce Arians has the prototypical Tampa house. It's like perfect Tampa. I mean, it had like the white chairs. It had like the glass. It was kind of compartmentalized just a little bit.
I totally missed it.
Yeah.
Who did they just take?
No, he's
Cesar Ruiz. They took the center out of Michigan, New Orleans.
Okay. That's a good pick for them. That helps.
Okay.
That helps them. Like we talked about, if they take a player right now to help them win the Super Bowl this year, because that's what they're going after. Being so close, it makes sense. So I think that's the move there.
It's a good pick. Minnesota already back on the clock after just taking Justin Jefferson.
Oh God, don't remind me.
Oh, this will be interesting.
So, if we go to our friend here, Todd. Says you can't deny the talent of Lamb. You have him at wide receiver 4, John. What are you, crazy?
Right, Todd? You tell me.
I'm gonna have to chew on this because Lamb was my wide receiver 1 coming into the draft. I love CeeDee Lamb. Absolutely in love with him. I'm heartbroken at where he landed. It kills me that he's in Dallas with Amari Cooper.
Still so
on the
sad.
other side. I'm legitimately mad. Like, I'm mad at Jerry for doing this. And it's funny, Lauren, you didn't catch it, but I think they were 1 pick away, and we were talking about what Dallas might do. And I was like, Jerry Jones is sitting there completely rogue with no one in that room, and he's going to make the choice. There's a chance he could go CD. Like I said, there was a chance, and then it freaking happened.
You put it out into the universe.
I did this to myself.
A lot, dude.
I did this
He heard you.
You're the worst.
It does. So CeeDee Lamb, Todd was right. CeeDee Lamb, you can't deny his talent. He is the wide receiver favorite going into this draft. It's that you can't deny that at all.
Opportunity.
His landing spot sucks. I don't think that he's going to have any kind of an impact this year in fantasy. No. If it does, it's going to be a splash. You can't really look at it on a matchup base whatsoever. You still have Michael Gallup there. You've got Amari Cooper, this is the biggest headache for anyone who really thought CeeDee Lamb was going to have any kind of fantasy opportunity moving forward for at least 2020. That sucks.
Well, and they just locked up
lot.
Amari Cooper on a long contract.
Yeah, exactly. But then there's always the opportunity where he could have 1 year as a rookie. I don't really know how the deals work, but maybe he gets traded away. Who the hell knows? But for 2020, it does not look good for him, and that's a shame because he was the favorite wide receiver going into this draft. So, and for fantasy, for real football, who knows? But
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts real bad.
I'm sorry.
I've never seen so much sadness on John's face.
In rookies, I never get invested in rookies because of this situation right here. I will look at it after they've been drafted and be like, meh. But I don't want to get heartbroken. I'll just turn on the news.
Meanwhile, Seattle is up in 2 picks and Jonathan Taylor.
Oh my God. But hey, there's also optimism for CeeDee Lamb, and I'm going to put it out there.
Okay, please.
Listen,
I need it.
I like Michael Gallup. I don't think he's the same prospect that CeeDee Lamb is coming out of college.
Hell no.
There's a very easy scenario. Michael Gallup is kind of irrelevant. If CeeDee Lamb steps in and takes his job, and you're telling me it's Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper has done a very good job of disappearing in the NFL in his time. There are going to be
very
games
true.
where CeeDee Lamb has a blow up. We're not going to know when it comes, so it sucks for fantasy. But it's going to happen.
So the Niners are on the clock.
Interesting. So I think for Dynasty, I still love CeeDee Lamb, and
yes,
I think I'm probably going to have him ranked as my wide receiver 2 or 3, depending on how I kind of project things here after this all settles down. But I think I agree that Jerry Jeudy is probably my 1 locked in at this point. I would probably still take CeeDee Lamb though as my 2, maybe 3. We'll see. But if you take him, it's not a play for this year. Obviously, it's a wait and see type of move.
Exactly, and that's the only thing that stinks is that I don't think he's going to make any kind of consistent fantasy threat this year, and he has the potential to do so. And if he's going to take over anybody's job, it's probably going to be Amari Cooper's, unfortunately. But because of the money that they paid Amari Cooper, I don't think they're going to allow that to happen. So this is it's a prickly situation where he landed for sure.
Here's the most opportunistic way that I can look at this is that potentially Gallup becomes essentially irrelevant. Amari Cooper becomes more of a deep threat splash play wide receiver, and CeeDee Lamb becomes more of the possession volume, get him the ball, let him go to work in space sort of guy. I guess that's the best case scenario that I can think of.
I can see that.
Okada. I hate that guy so much. He goes, ooh,
is he wearing yoga pants?
Oh,
he's probably wearing yoga pants.
Probably in yoga pants.
And a turquoise tank top. Guys, I actually do have to run. I'm sorry my time was short with y'all.
It's all right.
Thank you so much for having me on. Thank you so much, all of the watchers of the Red Shirt Podcast, for putting up with me again. But go ahead, John.
Just wait for 5 seconds for this pick to get in.
Yes, I will. I like it.
Who is it?
Look at that abstract artwork on Kyle Shanahan's wall.
I know, right? Brandon Ayuk.
I know, and John.
Wow.
Let's go.
Who?
Brandon Ayuk,
wide receiver out of Arizona State.
That is
interesting.
Traded up to get him. Wow, that is fascinating.
So all of the notes
super,
that I
super
took
intriguing.
on wide receivers is now
Throw them
out
out.
the window.
Throw it out.
Yeah, that's in the trash.
Throw it out.
Miami's now on the clock.
Why did I bother? What round was that?
Wow.
This is
24? I'm sorry, round 1, pick 24. Sorry.
25.
25?
Lauren, I'm just going to send you my spreadsheet.
Thanks. I'm going to take these notes anyway, just because I feel like I'm doing something.
No, take your notes. That's fine. But
all right, Lauren, thank you so much for joining us. Let everyone know one more time where to find you on social media.
So you guys find me on social media, Stepmom Lauren, LAUREN, stepmomlauren.com.
Absolutely. Lauren, take care.
Thank you so much again. I'll do my exercises bets, I promise.
Please do. Oh, man, that is surprising.
Yeah, I like it.
they trade up to get him. You mentioned that. That's important. When teams put that kind of capital into especially skill positions to go up and say, you're our guy, let's take him. Man, he and Debo are perfect together. I love this call for Brandon Ayuk. And he was getting round one buzz as of last week. So some people said it's kind of a fluke. Some people said, let's buy into it. Clearly the Niners like this guy to come up and get him. And one of the best offensive minds in football in Kyle Shanahan. I'm really, really intrigued by Brandon Ayuk. I think he's going to climb up my rookie rankings quite a bit with this landing spot.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Geez. Okay. So the NFC West has added Brandon Ayuk and Isaiah Simmons. Fantastic. That's great.
Great really day to be a Seahawks fan, huh?
Great day. Well, it might be in one pick. Let's see what they do. We'll see, something dumb and take a pass rusher. Something like that. Yeturkos Matos is totally going to be a Seahawk.
He's a solid player, dude. He's good.
I know he is, but you know where my heart is. We'll see. But trading up for Brandon Ayuk, who we all like here, Okada did a fantastic breakdown on him. 6 wide receivers off the board in the first round so far, still with a few picks to go. That's interesting. That's this wide receiver class.
That's dynasty gold there.
Give me all the wide receivers.
Let's talk about Ayuk a little bit more. We have a chat comment here from @NotAnInsider. Again, a good friend of the show, a patron.
Why so sad?
Yeah, why so sad? Ayuk to the Niners, sad face. So let's talk about Okada's breakdown because, like you said, he did a great job. If you're watching on YouTube, you can just go over to our page. The rookie profile playlist has it in there. Okada did a great job of highlighting this guy. And in his breakdown, he says, this guy is landing spot dependent. If he lands with a team that knows how to use him, he's going to be a fantasy asset. The Niners know how to use wide receivers. So I like this. He's a player who can get deep. He can beat defenders over the top. So you like that. He is also extremely dangerous on slant patterns and plays where they get him the ball quickly. Really good after the catch. I would argue potentially second or third in this class when you rank players with after the catch ability. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb is the best at it. Reagor's good with the ball in his hands.
Oh, he's got juice too.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk is very good with the ball in his hands. So
yeah,
I'm intrigued by that. And like I said, if they're able to get deep here and beat players over the top, the Niners run play action like crazy, and they're very good at it. So you're telling me that you can't get Ayuk set up on a defender one-on-one with play action? He can win? I think he definitely can. So, yeah, I like Brandon Ayuk quite a bit here. We had a question come in from David wants to know, what is John drinking tonight from his whiskey?
Step it up for draft night to some Woodford Reserve.
So fancy.
I went a little highbrow on this one.
John sent us a picture last night of him grocery shopping. His grocery cart had the bare essentials in it.
It was
meat and alcohol.
Like literally steak, bacon. The bacon is for Bloody Marys for this weekend with all of the drafting fun to be had.
Love it.
Some alcohol. I'm pretty sure that was about it. It was. I walked up to the register and I was like, just the essentials tonight. Yeah, it was
fantastic.
So really interesting. So Schefter also putting out last year, the 49ers are very interested in N'Keal Harry, but he went right before their turn to New England, also from Arizona State. Brandon Ayuk is dangerous, man. He's really dangerous with the ball in his hands. Arizona State did a really good job of being creative. They gave him the ball a lot on screens, get the offensive line shifting out, create a little bit of a wall in front of him, and then just let him go to work. That is exactly what San Francisco can do. Like, that is Kyle Shanahan's scheme to a T. I love this. I probably, other than going to like Green Bay or like a later Philly pick, this is a really good opportunity. And that draft capital to trade up to take him at the 25th overall pick. Yes, please. I'm all in Dynasty on Brandon Ayuk. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really excited about this landing spot, especially you combine the fact that we already liked him with this landing spot and the opportunity that's there. I mean, there's a realistic scenario that he becomes a better fantasy asset than Deebo Samuel. I'm not saying I'm projecting it, but there's a range of outcomes where that happens. So Ayuk is going to be a value in rookie drafts for sure. Not a lot of people know much about him because he's not the top 3 or 4 kind of prospect that people think he is. But make no mistake about it, he's a solid player. I think he's going to do very, very well in San Fran. So yes, he's going to skyrocket up our rankings.
Where do you
Miami
where would you take him overall? Like where?
He's gonna be pushed for mid to late first, depending on where you kind of value in Superflex. I think he's probably in the 109 to 112 range. I think is fair.
God, you're killing me.
I think that's very fair for a guy like that.
Oh man. Okada. So Okada is working for the network and cannot tell us what is going on. He is not dropping any names. But he just goes, oh, look at this. Like, it's like, you punk.
Dolphins trade to the Packers.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Just moved back.
Green Bay traded up from 30 to 26. Gave up a first and a fourth to get there. Who am I missing? Well, they're very wide receiver needy. Who's
Denzel Mims has been potentially linked there.
They're showing Jordan Love. Is Green Bay gonna? They're not gonna Brett Favre him, are they?
I don't know, man.
They're not trading up to take Jordan Love in the first, are they? Like that's.
I don't know, man. They might.
We'll see. Mims, I would love. Mims in Green Bay, I would eat that up too. There's so many wide receivers in this class. So many. Just eat them up in rookie drafts. I hope that everyone listening acquired a ton of like rookie seconds because there's going to be so many receivers.
Dude, the 201 to like the 208, all those like players are normally like mid to late first in normal rookie drafts. It's unreal. They're either coming up here for a wide receiver that they really like, or they're going to stay put, or not stay put, but come up here and take a quarterback. It's either Jordan Love or...
If they're trading up for a quarterback...
Do you think it's Mims or T. Higgins?
I'd take Mims over Higgins.
I hope it's Mims. Man, I bet, and I said this, there was not anyone who had a worse pre-draft process than T. Higgins. So I bet that he would not go in the first round. I put some money on it. So hopefully this is Mims. We'll see.
Oh, shit.
Who was it?
They took Jordan Love.
Wow, they came up and got him.
Up for Jordan Love.
Holy crap.
Oh.
They farmed him, dude.
They are farming Rodgers at the same age.
Okada called it, man. He said before on our show, he said this is a possibility. Wow. That's unreal. If you're Jordan Love, you're ecstatic. You get to go learn from Aaron Rodgers.
Shit.
What do you think about Jordan Love as a prospect?
Incredible natural ability. Huge arm, creative ability. There's been a lot of people that say that he's like a really, really raw Pat Mahomes. Like, you know, oftentimes makes some bad decisions. His 2018 season was a lot better than his 2019 season, which is really interesting to me, and I don't like that. But his measurables, 6'3", 224, good size, really good creative, natural arm ability, has the ability to just create and throw on the run. And every once in a while, you'll watch some tape on him and he'll make a throw and you're going, where did that come from? Like, it's really inconsistent, but then you see these highlights with it happening and it's interesting. Rodgers is not going to be happy at all right now. His ego is really butthurt. So we'll see what happens there. But it's a perfect opportunity to have him go sit behind you know, an all-time great quarterback in Aaron Rodgers and learn the game. It's interesting. It's really interesting. I didn't see that coming.
He's a player who
he's a fourth quarterback off the board. Jordan Love.
There is a lot of comps out there that say like this guy is a Pat Mahomes-esque player, and I don't want anyone to get confused by that because he's not Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. Jordan Love has the tools that Pat Mahomes potentially has as far as making ridiculous throws, tons of arm strength, those kind of things. But he's very raw. And a lot of what happened last year at Utah State was a brand new coaching staff and brand new offensive system, and he struggled a lot. So he's a hard prospect to gauge because, like you said, in 2018, it was fantastic. The tape looked great. The numbers were awesome. Yeah, what kind of prospect is he? It's hard to really say. So he's a developmental guy. I think this is a great fit for him. He needs to sit for at least a year. Obviously, with Rodgers there, he'll sit for probably 2 or 3 at least. Yeah. And I think that's what he needs. So I like this fit for him personally. I'm really intrigued by this guy now in Dynasty. Like, I feel like no one considered him in the first round at all in Superflex leagues.
Yeah.
You can get him like mid-second, sometimes late second.
My Seahawks Superflex. Just saying.
And that is good value for a guy that will probably be a starting quarterback in the league in about 2 to 3 years. So, wow, that's encouraging. But all right, man. Let's move on from Green Bay. The Seahawks. John's Seattle Seahawks.
Do the right thing. Do the right thing, Schneider.
Pick 27. 4 minutes to go here.
Schneider, please.
Is the right thing to take Jonathan Taylor or no?
Yes.
Hashtag always Jonathan.
Always JT. Always JT23. Here's the thing. I've brought it up several times, and to a lot of people it might sound foolish, but you have Chris Carson coming off an injury last year of his rookie contract. The next running back behind him is Rashad Penny, coming off major injury, who has not been fantastic. Jonathan Taylor is a all-pro caliber prospect. You're planning ahead here. I'm not saying that he's going to come right in and steal the entire job year one, but you draft Jonathan Taylor here and you let Chris Carson walk next season. And in Jonathan Taylor's sophomore campaign, he walks right into being the lead dog. And off it goes. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It might. They love their running backs. John Schneider loves his running backs. So it could. I think it's most likely that they're going to probably take pass rush here. Is probably what I think is going to end up happening. And then Jonathan Taylor is not going to be a Seahawk, and I will cry.
What if they take DeAndre Swift? Would he be your 101 above Jonathan Taylor?
I don't like you for asking that.
That's the real question, man. I'm just saying.
Depends on where JT lands.
Yeah.
It could. Maybe, potentially. Maybe. I don't see them doing that. But I even hate thinking about that. But yeah, maybe. Depending on where JT goes, it's possible.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be long before we see Jonathan Taylor. It might not be round 1. It's gonna be before pick 40. So it'll be early tomorrow.
It'll for sure be before pick 40.
It'll be early tomorrow, yeah. But there are a lot of teams that make sense for him.
They did not trade out of the first round.
Hallelujah.
Rare.
They hardly ever do that.
There was still 3.5 minutes left.
Here we go, man. This is the moment. Dude, if they take JT here, I think we just have to end the broadcast. I don't even know what to say at that point.
I'm losing my shit if it happens. Hyperventilating.
John is so nervous. If anyone is just joining the live stream that is not already familiar with the show, first off, thank you for checking us out. We are the Red Shirts Fantasy Football Podcast. Second off, John frickin' loves Jonathan Taylor, has claimed he should be the 101 in Superflex leagues. I think he's an absolute nut for saying that, but hey, that's just me.
You do you.
If he goes there, you're going on NFLshop.com right now. You're buying a jersey.
Custom jersey right now. And I'm giving him number 23, and I don't even care if he doesn't get number 23 at the next level. I'm getting a JT 23 Seattle Seahawks jersey.
Yeah, you're gonna pay extra for the custom when you can just wait like 2 days and get the real one.
Shush. No, I'll probably wait for them to actually assign a jersey, and then I'll do that. Okay.
What are they taking so long for here?
News, talking about stuff. I don't know. I think they said something about blood pressure medication with Jordan Love or something like that.
Interesting.
I'm not going to be mad if it's pass rush or offensive line because they need it.
Yeah, that would be the smart move, probably.
Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, God.
As long as Russell Wilson has been there, they tried to fix that a couple of times. That has not worked, but we're going to see what happens there. So we're going to go with what's going on in Seattle right now with the 27th overall pick. So now, before we get to the pick, we have a special message from some people working very hard.
Oh, come on. Make the pick.
They freaking did this earlier, too. I don't care about the chef. I love you guys for everything that you do. You're crucial to the success of the team, and I understand that. But make the freaking pick. Go Hawks.
Here we go.
I'm watching the TV, not you. Just letting you.
That's fine. I wouldn't watch me either. John, what's your heart rate right now?
About 130.
So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks, linebacker.
All right, there you go, man. There you go. You can breathe now.
I don't hate
What
it.
do you think? Linebacker?
Yeah, they need it. They do need linebacker help there. I don't hate that at all. It might be a little bit of a reach, just a bit, but Seattle doesn't really care about consensus rankings at all. They like their linebackers. They had a need for a third linebacker for sure.
Are you broken like I am?
Yeah.
Even though my scenario is way more realistic than yours.
Yeah, mine was totally unrealistic. It was a pipe dream, but I was hoping. Really, really hoping. He's a reach of a linebacker. And I get that, but they are very good at evaluating linebackers, generally speaking. So I don't hate it. It's very on brand. They had a need for a third, and he'll probably compete for that position, probably with Griffin. But he'll go more of an outside linebacker, I think, sort of position. So it's interesting. I don't hate it. It wasn't I don't think it was the top need. I mean, I would have preferred pass rush or O-line. But then again, they signed like 7 free agent offensive linemen to bring in. They've got like 18 on roster right now that are going to compete and then trim down. And 18 is not even an exaggeration. I think that's the actual number. It's a lot. So I would have preferred pass rush. I probably would have preferred Yetur Gross-Matos right there, who I like a lot out of Penn State. Jonathan Taylor continues to wait.
He does.
Miami's got another pick. Just saying.
Yes, they do. What is interesting at this pick, Patrick Queen, linebacker out of LSU, still on the board.
I didn't realize that.
Really freaking good
mad.
linebacker. I mocked him to the Eagles last night.
I assumed that he was gone.
He's a stud, dude. He's a stud.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see him at this pick here for the Seahawks. He could also go to Baltimore, and it would make a ton of sense. I'm sorry to upset you.
Yeah. I think I just assumed that he was gone. You know what I need to do for the rest of this weekend is get a big board, like spreadsheet somewhere that I can cross stuff off. I'm going to do that. I should have done that before this. I apologize. But for the rest of the draft, I'm going to do that. Yeah, that makes me upset now that Patrick Queen's still available because that boy is really, really good. I think he's a much better linebacker. So we'll see. That is surprising. But then again, they like to reach. So I'm not all that concerned about it.
They like to reach. That's a sad way to put it, John.
Well, they've done it. Now, here's the thing. I love John Schneider as a talent evaluator and as a general manager. He does a really, really good job. His first round track record sucks, though. He either trades out or he takes someone that doesn't hit. It was LJ Collier out of Texas A&M. Why? Rashad Penny when Nick Chubb was still on the board. His track record for first round picks is really not good. He's great at finding late round value, which is fantastic, and I'm glad that you do that. But like, if you're gonna, you gotta hit on your first round picks. Like you got to do that. So that is something that's a little bit of a peeve of mine when it comes to John Schneider.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I'm just scrolling through Twitter right now, reading some of the comments that Doug Peterson was making in regards to Jalen Reagor. He was telling the media the fit is really what made them go in that direction with Reagor, talking about speed, talking about stretching the field. So I think that's exactly what we were talking about, right? Like it's interesting. I'm really intrigued by it, but it really comes down to just that fit that the Eagles love that in their wide receivers. So I'm intrigued to see how he fits in a fantasy perspective. I'm not really sure how to value it yet. We'll break it down more on the show, of course, as the days go by. But just kind of put that out there that they definitely view him as a speedster and kind of as that deep threat. So, yeah, really intrigued. I would be shocked here, John, if the Ravens don't go Patrick Queen.
It's got to be. I'm honestly mad now that we didn't take them.
They just made the team that was supposed to compete in the Super Bowl better.
Yep. Absolutely. The Ravens have had a hell of an offseason after getting really close last year. Calais Campbell was fantastic signing. You're going to give them Patrick Queen also? I mean, geez. Yeah. Baltimore is winning the AFC North by a long margin. Like, a lot.
Sure.
Yeah. And this is going to be the expanded playoff setup this year where we only have the one seed gets a bye and no one else.
Right.
So Baltimore is going to be gunning for that and trying to take that down.
Sure.
Damn it, Seahawks. Come on.
Come on, Seahawks. What do you mean?
A hell of a lot of running backs are going to go early tomorrow. Yeah.
So, are we going to do tomorrow's show? Are we going to stream?
Sure.
Do we have plans for that? We don't really have plans for that, do we?
No, we don't have plans for it, but I'm down.
Let's do it.
Cool.
It'll be more of like a fantasy relevant one anyway.
Yeah, there's going to be so many running backs and wide receivers that go tomorrow. Like,
definitely.
There's going to be so many. Like half of the second round is probably going to be skill players. There's so many guys that are still out there. Okay, that was an exaggeration, but yes.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Calais is going to look dirty in that black and purple, dude.
And he's still playing at like a top tier talent.
Yeah,
like
he's still really good.
He's crushing
still really good. Watch them go get Yannick Ngakoue also.
I would not be like. I was really expecting them to move him before the night was over.
Yeah, I was too.
His value is going to go way down in trades if they don't do it now.
Right. We got 5 more picks. I wonder if we're going to get a running back. I wonder if Miami goes running back.
There we go, Patrick Queen.
Yeah,
really good pick for the Ravens.
They probably just went, oh, sure, okay.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, that's a absolute slam dunk.
He fits them so well too. Well, hold on. Dad's got a Baltimore hat also. How the hell?
Dude, these hats, man. What are people doing?
I don't know how this is happening. I need the scoop. I need the logistics of the hat situation.
Yeah, does anyone know that? If you do, drop it in the comments. We've got to figure this out.
Because Dad had a Ravens hat too, brand new with the sticker on it. So
they have to get like all 32.
But multiple of. Like, do they have like 96 hats in their house?
Then what are they doing when it's over?
3 for each team, and then they just ship them back to NFL headquarters?
I don't know,
like,
man.
I don't know how this. I don't understand. It's one of those logistics things with this very odd year that we're in that I'm very intrigued by. Now, I will say it's a bummer that they don't get the jerseys with the number on it. I wonder if they're going to print those up after and send them to the players.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I think they probably do that.
I think this draft pick here is my favorite one in round 1 so far.
Patrick Queen to Baltimore?
At Baltimore, yeah. Perfect fit.
It's such a good fit.
Absolute stud. Should have been taken at like pick 17, 18, 19. Like, yeah, honestly.
Yeah. Way earlier than this.
I think it's a great fit. The Titans, 29.
Offensive tackle.
I think trying to replace
Conklin.
Could be a good fit.
That'd be my guess. Titans also another sneaky running back landing spot in this draft. I'm not saying right here at 29, but they've got Derrick Henry tagged and nothing behind him. So it's potential that Derrick Henry is not a Titan next year. And if they go high draft capital on a second running back on this team, could definitely be an interesting dynasty play for the running back position in Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a great call.
Why is Joe Burrow wearing a hoodie? Unzipped, like just looking like a schlub.
Yeah, that's not a great look.
It's not a good look. I don't know who let him do that. And then you got like Justin Jefferson, well, the other 3 are all in like tight fit Nike athletic gear. And Joe Burrow's just like, we got just an unzipped hoodie over here.
He's like, yeah, that's fine. Just wear that.
That's good. It doesn't matter. It's fine. I'll tell you what, though, I actually haven't had a lot of Twitter backlash tonight, which is surprising and makes me happy. So that's a pleasant.
Against you personally?
What do you mean? For all my tweets that didn't end up happening. So
yeah,
John Harbaugh.
Hey, John Harbaugh already talked about it.
Yeah, Harbaugh with the tight haircut.
Yeah, he got the buzz. Also, that is a lot of books on that bookshelf.
I love
Holy
it.
crap, dude.
That's a great bookcase.
Yeah, we talked about the process of the tweet. It's out there.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with it. You weren't incorrect in saying it. It was just that this is what you're hearing. You never said this is going to happen, and people
I never
when they read that, that was what's happening. If it didn't happen, that you were just an absolute idiot. So it's not wrong that you said it. Obviously, it's different than if it had happened. People would be like, "Oh crap, that dude knows what he's talking about." But I can vouch for John. I saw the messages. I saw the text. It said it. I believe there was some steam to it. And who knows? Like, everyone just assumes this is going to work out with Burrow at 1. It might not. We've seen players at 1.01 flop in the past, especially without a lot of a big history of production in college. So who knows how the fit will work out there. But yeah, I think it's a good learning process.
It was a very good learning process.
At least.
Absolutely. And I feel like I was very transparent. I engaged a lot of people in direct messages to answer questions and stuff like that.
Yep.
Is what it is. It didn't pan out the way that we thought it was going to.
And you made a lot of good friends along the way.
I did make a couple very, very good friends throughout the process. What's going on with the suit dude in the back there? Frozo.
Oh, that's creepy. That is creepy.
What's going on with Frozo?
That's weird.
I'm concerned for Vrabel's physical health.
Yeah, that's weird.
And then the other one in the
other dude on the right was looking creepy as.
Those are a couple whole looks going on right there. So there's 2 comments here. At home in their garages, members of the NFL's IT staff bundled technology kits to ship to prospects who will use them to broadcast themselves. Once they're picked, the players will put on a hat with the logo of their new team, because the NFL also sent those 58 players a package of all 32 team caps.
There you go.
58 players? What 58 players?
That were invited, quote unquote.
Oh, okay, got it. Interesting.
All right.
So
did Todd on that one.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. So did the dad just like randomly happen to be a Ravens fan and have a hat in there for Queen?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Titans pick is in.
Okay. Yeah, offensive tackle. Like I said.
Makes sense.
Got to replace Conklin.
All right, man. We got 3 shots at a running back here. They're not going to go at Minnesota.
Right. The other 2
Miami,
are possible.
It could happen. If Kansas City drafts a running back,
if they go like
Twitter
JT,
gonna lose their mind.
It's gonna. I don't think it'll happen. I do not think that. But you're right. If it does, it's a freaking powder keg. This thing's gonna just blow. Miami's interesting. I mean, they've already taken Tua. And then who was Miami's second pick?
They took an offensive lineman.
That's right. They took an offensive lineman. Wasn't it worse? No, I don't think it was worse. Who was it that they took?
I got to pull up the draft board. There's too many to remember.
There's, way too many to remember. But they took a tackle.
I'm reeling about no Justin Jefferson at 21.
I know, right?
They took Austin Jackson out of USC.
Okay.
At pick 18. And that's honestly kind of what everyone projected too, was like quarterback, tackle, running back. So
potential for a running back at 30. Like, there's been a lot of projections that have shown that. So
Yep. Is that his son?
I think both of them are.
With the mullet? That's just weird. What is happening?
I don't understand. Both of them. I don't understand either. All right. What's Seattle's next pick? Do they have a shot at Taylor in the second? You know what's interesting, though, that we had talked earlier, and I did say that a team was going to probably trade up in the late first to take Jordan Love, and it happened.
That was one that that I think made sense, but I don't think it made sense for the Packers from like what we expected.
Yeah,
it makes sense when you think about their team because Rodgers isn't the youngest quarterback anymore. Certainly, he's got at least a few more years of being very good.
Sure,
but it's the quarterback position in the NFL is just so hard to replace. So I feel like when you have a shot to go up and get a guy, you have to do it. But I don't know, man. I'm still not sold on Jordan Love. If there was a place for him to go, though, this is the place. I'm excited to see him learn behind Aaron Rodgers.
I'm honestly kind of upset that Jordan Love went before Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, but I think that was kind of the consensus projection amongst
the
draft analysts.
It was, but I just don't get it. I mean, Hurts has been way more consistent and performed at a higher level in 2 different conferences, 2 different teams.
Yeah. I mean, people in the NFL love arm talent, right? They love that like
raw talent. Yeah.
They love that.
For sure. I get it. I mean, I understand it, but it's not like Jalen Hurts has a bad arm. Like,
no, he's got stuff to work on though, for sure.
He does. I don't know. I would have taken Hurts over Love, but whatevs.
So, John, I'm seeing the Seahawks picking next at the very last pick of the 2nd round.
Fantastic. Great.
I think JT is going to the Lions tomorrow at pick 35.
I would like that a lot for JT. That would be fine with me. I'm thinking about Indy because Indy's. I'm not looking at the board, but they are 37?
34. They picked just before the Lions.
Just before. Indy's interesting to me in terms of they've got to be in conversation right there for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, because they were a team that everyone kind of talked about Jordan Love being a good fit behind Phillip Rivers. Yeah, I think that's an interesting spot. They also pick at 44, the 12th pick of the 2nd round. So potentially they could skip on him at that point and then potentially take him later in the 2nd. There's not a lot of places that he could go behind that because the Panthers have Teddy B. The Dolphins just took Tua. The Pats pick at 37, so that's a good place to look. Giants at 36, they're not going to take a quarterback. Jaguars potentially at pick 10 tomorrow. So, yeah, that's interesting for sure. He's going to go tomorrow in round 2, I think.
Oh, Hurts for sure.
Yep.
That'll happen.
It's kind of crazy. His over-under opened at 71.5 for where he would go in the draft. And I bet it like 4 weeks ago because I was like, there's no way he lasts
good for you.
3rd round. And it got moved all the way to like 57.5 or something like that. So
crazy.
Super excited about that. Hopefully he goes early tomorrow. All right, Miami's pick is in.
I wonder if we're going to get a running back here. Basically just going to script for Miami so far. They got Tua and they got a tackle.
Let's take a look at Mel's best available. Brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, we see a lot of defensive backs.
Uh-oh, they're starting to talk running backs. Look at that.
Mel Kiper's best available.
F you, Kiper.
He has J.K. Dobbins
without Jonathan Taylor. Screw you.
Yeah, that's just mean.
No, dude, no. No.
You're not a big JT fan? Or J.K.
No.
Dobbins fan?
No. I don't know. Have I made it clear or not before, previously, in terms of my stance?
You said there's things about his game that you're not in love with.
Yeah.
You haven't said that you don't like him.
I'm fine with J.K. Dobbins. The way that I described it in my article about J.K. Dobbins is that J.K. Dobbins is like vanilla ice cream to me. Like, he's fine. I like him. He's got things that I like and things that I don't. I have him as my pre-draft. What was it? Running back 5? 5 is where I had him pre-draft.
Wow.
I like him. I think he's got really good natural athleticism. His vision terrifies me. Like it's
His
so
vision
bad.
is not great.
He just runs into the back of people like all the time. And he produced very, very well. But I think that part of that can be said. Oh, they're showing DeAndre Swift.
They're showing Jonathan Taylor on the screen, John.
JT23.
I hope he goes here, man.
I do
Just
too.
to see what happens.
I want him to be the first running back off the board. I want Jonathan Taylor to go in the first round as a first running back off the board. So that would be sweet. And Dobbins. They're showing all three of the running backs.
Does that mean they're taking one?
I think so.
This better be DeAndre Swift.
Honestly, for Jonathan Taylor, I kind of hope that it is. Like, I wouldn't hate him going high second to a better landing spot than Miami.
Yep.
Like, if I would much prefer him on the Lions than I would in Miami.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like by a lot. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping that this is Swift. Yeah. Yeah, well, Jeremiah loves Swift.
Sticks out like a sore thumb as the best available player.
He's been on that for months. He's been on that.
I mean, he's my running back one. I know that I still love Jonathan Taylor. He's my two, but the difference for me is just the versatility I think that Swift has. Not saying JT can't catch the football because he can, but I think Swift has better hands. I think he is better suited for like today's NFL as far as being able to line up in different places. That's what we love about CEH, being able to be used as a pass catcher out of the backfield. I think JT is the best running back in this class. He's the best runner of the football. But Swift just has a little bit more versatility in like any PPR format. That's where I fall with Swift. But I love both. I would be super intrigued to see both those guys as immediate like RB1 producers. Definitely possible in fantasy.
Okay, hold on.
Here we go. Okay, that was anticlimactic.
Anticlimactic.
Come on.
Okay, so no first round running back in Miami. Interesting.
All right.
But going back to the JT versus Swift conversation, people said that a lack of pass catching ability about Zeke when he came out. They said it about Melvin Gordon when he came out. Both of them have proved to be completely sufficient in that aspect of their game.
Yep. Wisconsin doesn't really use the running backs in the pass catching role.
Well, because that was Melvin Gordon was a Wisconsin product, and they didn't utilize him there. Jonathan Taylor was still fine. He had like the same amount of catches that DeAndre Swift did. Like they were both in the mid-20s in their receptions. So very similar. It's not like Swift had 40 catches. Like they both had in the 20s. So I think that it's a lot like Zeke, where Jonathan Taylor, people are going to kind of question the pass catching ability, but I have no doubt that that's in his game set. And if he goes to a place that wants to utilize that he would be completely fine at that and be able to put up good numbers in that aspect of his game as well. He's not Derrick Henry that literally doesn't catch passes. Like that's
they
not
can. Derrick Henry can.
He can for sure. Yeah, that's a
They
scheme.
just don't let him.
When they give him those friggin' bubble screens and he gets going downhill, it's deadly.
It's unstoppable.
It's a freight train. You can't stop it. So I don't think that the pass catching difference is noteworthy for me between Swift and Jonathan Taylor. But JT,
with Taylor, he did have quite a bit of drops, actually.
it's true.
On his 50 catchable targets. I think per PFF, he dropped about 20% of those.
That's high.
I don't know that. I'm not saying he can't catch the football because he can. He showed it on tape. It just is a little bit less consistent than Swift.
Sure.
But, give him some time to develop. and kind of hone that craft, then yeah, it could definitely happen. Like you said, like trying to project these pass catching running backs the next level is so hard to do because there's so many guys that come in that you say, oh, they can't do it. They haven't done it. They just don't get the opportunity to in college. So I think Swift is a little bit above JT in that aspect. I think JT is a better runner of the football. So they're very close. I mean, honestly, I would be splitting hairs between the two. Oh, Booger's on the TV.
Oh, good. My favorite person.
It's amazing that they still have him doing Monday Night Football, even after the first season.
I honestly
can't. The reviews had to be absolutely atrocious. The fact that they were able to keep him on screen is fascinating.
Have they technically signed Peyton Manning? They did, right?
To do Monday Night Football?
Didn't they hire ESPN? Didn't they hire Peyton Manning?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't think so.
Let me check.
Someone in the comments, please let us know.
Yeah, someone smarter than me in there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
Well, thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
All right. Vikings pick is in. Jeff Gladney, TCU cornerback.
I like that for them. So on March 23rd, Peyton Manning turned down a Monday Night Football offer.
No update since then, probably, though.
Right.
All right, man. We got one more pick here in
Kansas
round
City.
One. Kansas City. Do they go running back or do they do the smart thing and address another need? They don't have many, to be honest. John, where do you land on Damian Williams? Are you a fan?
I'm not Okada level fandom on Damian Williams. He likes him more than I do. I think that Damian Williams is completely sufficient in the best offense in the NFL.
I agree with that.
I think that I would honestly be surprised if Kansas City goes running back here because of the offense that they have, the passing strength that they have with Pat Mahomes and Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and a bunch of young up-and-coming wide receivers like Mecole Hardman. They've got a lot of depth there. I think that they're completely fine with just filling in at running back with what they have. Like, I don't think that a high draft capital running back fits them. I could be wrong, and if it does happen, holy shit, fantasy football Twitter is going to go nuts.
It would be stupid at that point.
Yeah, like, if this is DeAndre Swift to Kansas City,
game over. 1.01.
Yeah, probably. Andy Reid with the Hawaiian shirt. What up?
Is there anything else more reliable in this world than Andy Reid in a
no.
Hawaiian shirt? I love that guy, man.
So perfect.
Obviously a former Eagles coach. He rocks the Hawaiian shirt like a freaking stud. Love that guy. Did you see him in his home office setup?
I did not.
It's pretty good. There's nothing crazy about his setup itself, but he's wearing shorts, as you would imagine. He's wearing a very baggy t-shirt, as you would imagine.
Always.
And he's staring at like 3 or 4 computer screens, but he's like turned to the right. Someone's taking a picture of him and he's like turned to the right and he's like half like looking in the corner, like half smiling like the camera. It's like a very suave look for a guy wearing a very baggy shirt with baggy shorts. So it's quite hilarious. But I like Andy Reid. I'm happy he finally got a Super Bowl.
Oh, I'm so happy for him. He's probably the most innovative coach in the NFL for decades. He's always been ahead of the curve, always been an innovator. He's always pushing things forward in the NFL. Wonderful, wonderful coach and human being. He totally deserved it. I'm so happy that he finally got one.
Yeah, for sure.
This is interesting.
I wonder... there's a possibility. I don't know that it's highly likely. Is it possible they take a wide receiver here?
I was just kind of thinking on that a little bit.
They're set with Tyreek Hill. Obviously, Travis Kelce is a stud. Sammy Watkins is there on a 1-year deal. Cole they took last year, obviously, but he kind of fills the same type of role as a Tyreek. They don't really have that like possession receiver outside of Sammy, and Sammy's only there for 1 year.
Denzel Mims?
T. Higgins?
Well, T would be interesting because they don't have a big body like that outside of tight end.
That's what I mean.
So it would give Mahomes a different type of weapon, especially in the red zone, to go big body. It's possible. Kuiper's talking about running backs right now for Kansas City.
I hear that.
That's getting me a little. Ooh, buddy. If it's Jonathan Taylor to Kansas City, I'm going to lose my shit. Like, I will. Yeah.
Hey, if that's the case, I'm with you that he's the 101.
It might be the first non-Seahawks jersey that I own if Jonathan Taylor goes to Kansas City.
I can't blame you for that.
Like, let's go. Booger, get off my screen. I just like a real booger. I can't get him.
Get it off.
I can't shake him.
There's half the value in him being there that it's so good you have to watch. Like, or not so good, so bad that it's good entertainment. You have to watch to hear what he's gonna say. Decaf Metcalf. Wasn't even him, that was Tess. But the fact that RotoWare made a t-shirt out of that was gold.
I didn't see that. I might need to go back through RotoWare and find that t-shirt.
It's hilarious, dude. They put DK's like rocked up body, like his like chest up, on a Starbucks cup logo, and swapped him in.
Hold up
for the Starbucks girl.
That I'm gonna have to own that.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need to own that. Let me find that. Roto or
RotoWare.
RotoWare, yeah. We're gonna go straight to their website.
I'm currently buying a RotoWare product as we speak.
Owning that's gonna happen. Yeah. Yep, that's happening. Absolutely.
Okada, you're the worst, dude.
I hate you so much.
He just texted us and just said, "Oh, this pick, very interesting. Not sure how I feel about it." All in separate text, by the way. Send the text in one sentence.
Worst. It's 4 texts back to back of 3 words each.
But then at the end he says, "But in all caps, very impactful."
Impactful. Okay, so it's not a running back.
Not a running back.
This is probably
going to be. This is probably going to be. I don't know. You don't think it's a tight end to replace Kelsey in 3 years?
Nah, it's too early. I think it's too early.
I think so too. But there's been a couple mocks that have Cole Kmet at the back end of the first.
Okada literally sent 5 texts in 20 seconds. Love that guy, but I hate that guy. Why do you have a jersey? That's the only jersey you've shown.
Oh my God, let's go. Woo! Yes.
Oh!
This is perfect. Oh my God.
What?
Damn.
Oh,
that
what
was
am I doing with my 101? What am I doing?
To hit.
What am I doing with my 101s?
He's a perfect fit. He's absolutely perfect.
Oh my gosh. Holy shit.
Wow, dude. I don't even know what to say. Like, this is going to shake up a lot of rankings. I cannot wait to digest this.
RB2.
RB2?
Yeah. I'm still going JT, but that's my RB2. Holy F. Wow. Okay,
That's crazy.
You have the most versatile pass catching, friendly running back in this class. Absolute balled out. He's stronger than people give him credit for. He's not as small as everyone thinks, by the way. Like, this dude's not 5'6". Like, he's almost 5'8". And he's only like an inch shorter than DeAndre Swift, by the way. He's not a tiny dude. And he's built. He's got legs. Like, his thighs are jacked. He's stronger than people think. He's got great burst, great twitch. If he makes one guy miss, he's gone. You line him up. Oh my gosh, the Patrick Mahomes, Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the slot against the linebacker. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's unreal.
David Williams, you are dead. You're gone.
Yeah,
gone.
That sucks.
I did not think they'd do this.
This is crazy. This is equally as crazy as CeeDee Lamb going to the Cowboys. For how much that ruins his value, this is a skyrocket up for CEH. I think he deserves to be considered in one quarterback leagues. He deserves to be considered at like 102.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even hate anyone that wants to take him 1.01. That's crazy.
I would either. I have my own like personal bias towards Jonathan Taylor, but if someone takes Clyde Edwards-Helaire in a single quarterback at the 1.01, I'm fine with that. This is, oh my gosh. Wow.
That's shaking things up quite a bit.
Wow. Hold on. I'm in a startup right now, and someone
log in real quick, make this selection.
Let's take a little look-see-loo, huh? Okay. Who's on the clock? Where are we at? Someone just took DeAndre Swift at the 1.03, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire is sitting out there right now. That's
boy.
For this happening before the NFL draft. I am shooketh. That is massive fantasy football implications. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, the first running back drafted. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. What were the odds on that? What's that at?
It was plus 600 today.
Wow.
If you put $100, you win 600. I did not take that. I just didn't think there was a possibility.
No,
which is crazy. Yeah, this is intriguing. I honestly don't even want to put a lot of analysis out there because I don't even know what to say. But you can take him at 1.01 if you want to, and I won't fault it. I'm not sure that I'm going to have him there yet. I need to kind of digest.
Yeah, I got to think on this
a little bit more. But in a one quarterback league, that's very much in play. Man, that is intriguing as all get out. I own the 1.03 in our dynasty league.
Yeah, you do. And I have
you own the 1.01.
Well, I have an offer out to you that includes that 1.03.
Yes, you do. And this changes things quite a bit.
I don't know that it changes them necessarily in your favor all that much because the other picks are kind of decreasing in value. Like there's no CeeDee Lamb that's going at 3 or 4. Yeah,
for sure. But this thing changes things from like an immediate producer. I know, man.
You're gonna have to think about it, but you're hoping to get what I'm giving you is essentially what that comes down to.
We will see. All right, man. Should we wrap this thing up?
Yeah, but tomorrow night doesn't it start at 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern?
I'm not sure about that. I have to look into it.
I want to know that right now.
I want to know.
NFL draft schedule. Yes, tomorrow starts at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 Eastern. Do you want to go solo it for the first hour and then I can join you at 5 or as soon as I can get off work?
We'll talk about it off air. We'll figure it out and then we'll kind of plan on the next phase for tomorrow. But we'll figure it out.
Sure. Yep. We'll do something tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, man. John, this is a blast, dude. Our first ever Red Shirts live stream for the NFL draft. Crazy way to end it. We're gonna go digest this information.
Yeah.
Think about what's next in the rookie ranks. We're gonna break it all down again tomorrow. again, rounds 2 and 3. One more time, thank you to Dave over at Fantasy Go for sponsoring tonight's live stream. That dude is the man. We cannot thank him enough for supporting us and obviously for sponsoring the show. So check out fantasygo.com. You're going to want to use that as a resource all season long. Redraft and DFS and Dynasty. Check that out, fantasygo.com. With that, we are out. Until next time, we're the Red Shirts.